order. Welcome to meeting number 142 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, and pursuant to Standing Order 108 Bracket 2, the committee is meeting to discuss Bill C-69, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to the Standing Order 15.1. Before we begin, I'd like to remind all members and other meeting participants in the room of the following important preventative measures. To prevent disruptive and potentially harmful audio feedback, incidents that can cause injuries, all in-person participants are reminded to keep their earpieces away from all microphones at all times. As indicated in the communique from the Speaker to all members on Monday, April 29th, the following measures have been taken to help prevent audio feedback incidents. All earpieces have been replaced by a model which greatly reduces the probability of audio feedback. The new earpieces are black in color, whereas the former earpieces were gray. Please use only the black approved earpieces. By default, all unused earpieces will be unplugged at the start of a meeting. When you are not using your earpiece, please place it on face down in the middle of the sticker for this purpose that you will find on the table as indicated. Please consult the cards on the table for guidelines to prevent audio feedback incidents. The room layout has been adjusted to increase the distance between microphones and reduce the chance of feedback from an ambient earpiece. These measures are in place so that we can conduct our business without interruption and to protect the health and safety of all participants, including the interpreters. Thank you all for your cooperation. I'd like to make a few comments for the benefit of the members and witnesses. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For members in the room, please raise your hand. If you wish to speak for members on Zoom, please use the raised hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can and appreciate your understanding in this regard. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. So with us today, we have officials from the Department of Finance as well as officials from the CRA. We have a number of officials that will be providing opening remarks. We're going to be starting with Lindsay Guire, who will be doing an opening statement and moving through a number of other officials. And then when we get to members' questions, you'll all have an opportunity to ask questions whoever you like, and they, if someone is in the back room, they'll make their way to the table. Also, of course, we have our clerk, Alexandre Roger, but we have Ariane Calvert. Is that how I pronounce it? Yes, as is also joining Alexander as we go through C-69 here on committee. So we've got the resources and all the help, and on that, I will ask Ms. Guire to start with our opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Lindsay Guire, Director General Legislation at the Department of Finance. I'll be speaking about Part 1 of the bill. So Part 1 contains the income tax measures. There are 15 measures in Part 1 of the bill, in addition to a number of technical amendments. Given the number of measures, I won't discuss them all. I'll just touch on some of the key measures. They're all summarized on the second page of the bill. So first, Part 1 includes a measure to restrict deductions in respect of short-term rentals that are not compliant with applicable laws in the province or municipality in which the short-term rental is located. Part 1 also includes changes to the home buyer's plan to increase the withdrawal limit from $35,000 to $60,000 and to defer by 3 years the start of the period during which individuals must repay their home buyer's plan withdrawals. It also includes changes to certain existing tax credits. In particular, it would double the volunteer firefighter and search and rescue tax credits. It would enhance the Canadian journalism labor tax credit, and it would extend the mineral exploration tax credit by 1 year. La partie 1 mettra également en
Part 1 would also implement the new Canada Carbon Rebate for small businesses. This measure would return a portion of federal fuel charge proceeds via a refundable tax credit directly to qualifying Canadian-controlled private corporations that have employees in provinces where the fuel charge applies.
La partie 1
Part 1 would also implement 2 new refundable investment tax credits. First, it would implement the Clean Hydrogen Investment Tax Credit. The credit rate for hydrogen production would range from 15% to 40% of eligible project costs, with the cleanest hydrogen receiving the highest level of support. ammonia production equipment that meets certain conditions would receive a 15% credit. To obtain these rates, projects would need to meet the labor requirements in Bill C-59. The clean hydrogen credit would be available for equipment that is acquired after March 28, 2023, and would no longer be available after 2034. The second investment tax credit is for clean technology manufacturing. It is a 30% credit that would be available for machinery and equipment used to manufacture or process key clean technologies and to extract, process, or recycle key critical minerals, available till 2034.
Alternative minimum tax. Key changes include an increase in the rate from 15% to 20.5%, an increase in the exemption amount, a requirement to fully include most capital gains in income, and restrictions on the available tax credits and deductions. Finally, contingent on Bill C-59 receiving royal assent, Part 1 would implement a $10 million capital gains exemption available for qualifying shares of employee ownership trusts. So those are some of the measures in Part 1. My colleagues and I would be happy to explain those or any other measures in Part 1 in more detail.
Hello, I'm Peter Repetto, a Senior Director in the Tax Legislation Division at the Department of Finance Canada, and I will be speaking about Part 2 of the bill. Part 2 is a proposed new act which would implement the global minimum tax known as Pillar 2 in Canada. And by way of background, Canada is one of 139 members of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development and G20 inclusive framework on base erosion and profit shifting that joined a two-pillar plan for international tax reform in 2021. Pillar 2 of that plan is a framework for a global minimum tax regime. The Pillar 2 rules are designed to ensure that the profits of large multinational businesses, which are those with annual revenues of at least 750 million euros, are subject to an effective tax rate of at least 15% in each jurisdiction in which they operate. This is intended to reduce the incentive for multinational businesses to shift their profits into low-tax jurisdictions and to set a floor on tax competition among countries. The government originally announced its intention to implement Pillar 2 in Budget 2022, and then in Budget 2023 set out the proposed implementation timeframe starting in 2024. As noted, the new Global Minimum Tax Act in Part 2 of the bill would implement Pillar 2 in Canada. More specifically, it contains legislation that would implement the primary Pillar 2 rule, known as the Income Inclusion Rule, or IIR, with effect for 2024. And generally under that rule, Canada would impose top-up tax on a Canadian headquartered multinational enterprise where its profits in a foreign country have an effective tax rate below the 15% minimum rate. This tax would bring the effective tax rate on those profits up to the 15% rate. The legislation would also implement a domestic minimum top-up tax in Canada, which would impose a top-up tax on a multinational enterprise where its Canadian profits have an effective tax rate below 15%. And this is also effective in 2024. Thank you.
Bonjour,
Good afternoon. My name is Gervais Coulombe, and I'm Acting Director of the Sales Tax Division at the Department of Finance. Part 3 of Bill C-69 contains various budget measures amending the Excise Tax Act, the Excise Act, the Excise Act 2001, the Underused Housing Tax Act, Part 1 of the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, and other related texts. The first measure under Division 1 would end the temporary GST/HST relief of certain face masks or respirators and certain face shields, which had been introduced in 2020 to support public health during the COVID-19 pandemic.
3 implements, among other things, excise duty rate adjustments for tobacco, vaping, and alcohol products. Specifically, it implements the Budget 2024 proposal to increase the tobacco excise duty rate by $4 per carton of 200 cigarettes, effective April 17, 2024. It also implements the Budget 2024 proposal to increase vaping product excise duty rates by 12%. Finally, as announced on March 9, 2024, it extends by 2 years the 2% cap on the inflation adjustment on beer, spirits, and wine excise duties, and also reduces by half for 2 years the excise duty rate for the first 15,000 hectoliters of beer brewed in Canada. La section 3 de la partie
Division 3 of Part 3 implements changes to the underused housing tax in response to suggestions from Canadians. The changes would facilitate compliance while ensuring that the tax continues to apply as intended. Among other things, the amendments would eliminate filing requirements for certain owners, reduce minimum penalties for failing to file a return, and introduce a new exemption for residential properties held as a place of residence or lodging for employees. Division 4 of Part 3 implements a measure that would broaden the provisions allowing the disclosure of confidential information in respect of a provincial crown or its agent that is non-compliant or has stated that it will not comply with the federal fuel charge under Part 1 of the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. Mr. Chair, this completes our opening remarks for Parts 1, 2, and 3 of Bill C-69. Thank you, Mr. Coulombe, Mr. Repetto, and Madame Dwyer. Merci.
Members' questions. In the first round, each party will have up to 6 minutes to ask questions. We are starting with MP Chambers for the first 6 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Good to see everybody again. We'll start with a couple of general questions, then we'll get to some specifics. How many, does anyone know how many full-time equivalents are going to be added based on the measures in these parts? I don't think there's anyone here from Economic and Fiscal Branch, is there?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Or just from the tax policy branch. So I don't think we have
That's
those
fair.
numbers handy. We could.
That's fine.
We can check for you.
Since you are here, on the home buyers plan, I was curious. This was very helpful, by the way, the questions and answers. Thank you to whoever put that together. Very, very helpful. 13,000 households are expected to benefit from the proposed increase over the next 5 years. I'm curious, so this is Part 1M. What do we know about the 13,000 households? Can you give me an idea, either in 30 seconds or in writing follow-up after, who are these 13,000 households? Kind of like their average income, how many assets they have in their RSP account?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. It's tough to describe exactly what this group will look like because we have a sense now of who, let's say, in 2021 or 2022 has taken the maximum amount out of the home buyers plan, the current limit of 35,000. But that we can expect that group to change pretty significantly over the next couple of years, and that's because of the introduction of the tax-free first home savings account. In other words, as you know, given that the account started last year and so far has been quite a popular measure for prospective first-time home buyers, that basically the number of people who would otherwise be constrained by the $35,000 limit will go down. And exactly what that group looks like when so 13,000 is our best estimate. Sort of exactly how the composition of that group changes once you bring in the first home savings account is is a complicating factor. So we can see what we can provide, but I just provide that note of caution.
Thank you very much. That would be very helpful. I'm very interested in the expectations on the average median income of these individuals, and also, we want to make sure who's getting these tax preferences. I think, as I'm sure my NDP colleague is always interested to see who is benefiting from changes to the tax code. I think there's some officials from CRA here. I'm very interested in the measure with respect to a grace period for childcare benefits 6 months after an unfortunate death of a child. There's a fairly specific number for the costing of this measure of $15 million. I'm curious how that number was arrived at. Is finance relying on CRA data in order to provide a costing estimate of $15 million?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. I will actually maybe turn to finance colleagues to provide some clarity on where the $15 million itself has come from. So maybe I will cede right back over to Pierre.
Specifically, I just want to know whether you received data from CRA in order to come up with the $15 million estimate.
The answer, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for his question. The answer is yes. I mean, we receive as part of our ongoing responsibility for advising on policy on the Canada Child Benefit, detailed administrative data on who receives the Canada Child Benefit. And one of the pieces of information we receive as part of that are eligible children who have died during the year. So, and that's where you get the number of about 1,500 children per year, and basically using an average Canada Child Benefit amount. That's how we arrive at the $15 million over the 5-year period.
Thank you very much for that. The carbon rebate for businesses, how many people are going to be hired in CRA to carry out this work? I think I'll have a little bit of.
I'll build in time for the transitions.
Appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks for your indulgence.
Hopefully you can hear me. So the funding required for the implementation and administration of Canada Carbon Rebate will be part of a Treasury Board proposal that we'll be making in the coming month. Following the approval of the TB submission, current year funding will be sought through the upcoming supplementary estimate BNC. So it's still too early, Mr. Chair, to estimate exactly how many FDs or how many resources will require to administer Canada Carbon Rebate.
Okay, I mean, it's 180 million is a fairly significant number one time. And this is the 6th budget bill in this parliament. And every time we get a budget bill, the question is always asked, well, how many people are we going to hire? When we do the projections, we have operating costs and program costs. And I've provided the clerk with a notice of motion. I don't intend to move it now because I'm in the spirit of collaboration, and it's not fair to my NDP colleague. But the Deputy Minister of Finance and the Treasury Board Deputy Minister needs to show up to this committee to talk about the people plan, because 25% of the government's savings targets are based on shrinking the public service. Yet every single year, the departmental spending plans come out, it shows, oh, we didn't shrink it, we grew it. It's unclear to me who's actually looking at the people plan in government. So that's a motion that's put on notice, Mr. Chair, and I'll yield the floor back, but I look forward to collaborating with my colleagues on that.
Thank you, MP Chambers, and I do understand from the clerk that members should have received it in your inboxes, so you'll look for that. Now we're going to MP Weiler for the next 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I do want to thank all our witnesses for being here today to answer questions on Bill C-69. I want to start in part one with some of the measures that Ms. Guire mentioned in her introduction. I was hoping Ms. Guire or other officials, if you could explain to the committee how the new investment tax credits, particularly on hydrogen and clean tech manufacturing, will interact with the other investment tax credits that were implemented through or that are being implemented through the fall economic statement.
I'll take that one. Basically, this bill introduces, as you indicate, two new investment tax credits, or implements two new investment tax credit: the clean hydrogen investment tax credit and the clean technology manufacturing investment tax credits, and that's effectively part of a suite of 6 investment tax credits that the government has announced, and those 6 investment tax credits effectively sort of represents the cornerstone of the government's plan for a clean economy, which effectively has 2 core objectives. One is the environmental objective, of course, and then the second one, very much a sort of competitiveness objective in response to what we saw in the U.S. In the Inflation Reduction Act. So I think in that regard, these 2 represent the next 2 credits in the government plan. So that's sort of the big picture. If you're asking the technical question as to interact, as in can you sort of claim them together? The answer is in general, no. You can't stack these. They're all complements. Obviously, if a project has 2 separate pieces of equipment, one can take one credit if it's eligible, another can take the other. That's certainly a possibility, but they don't stack one on top of the other. They complement each other and cover a range of technologies, clean technologies that the government is seeking to encourage to implement its plan.
Thank you, and like Mr. Chambers, I do appreciate some of the information that was sent out in advance about these different measures. And one of them, I think, is very important for this, and that's just looking at the integrity of these investment tax credits. And it mentioned when we're talking about the clean hydrogen tax credits, this is obviously will be done through natural gas with carbon capture, which will be turned into a form of clean hydrogen. And it mentions that the Environment and Climate Change Canada fuel life cycle assessment model is going to be used to assess the life cycle carbon intensity of a hydrogen project based on its design. The history in Canada and also around the world has shown that carbon capture has vastly underperformed expectations, with some facilities only capturing half of what it expected. So I was hoping you could explain to this committee how the investment tax credits related to carbon capture. So both this one and the one that we discussed with the fall economic statement will ensure integrity for carbon capture in practice rather than just in theory before it's built, given that it is an investment tax credit that's provided up front.
Yes. So, excuse me. In terms of the clean hydrogen investment tax credit, essentially, I think you'll notice that the measure, the credit is based on the carbon intensity of the hydrogen produced. And essentially, that looks at the amount of emissions from the beginning of the process, what you call sort of cradle to gate, essentially to the point where the hydrogen leaves the factory, and it's based on the amount of emissions through that entire production process that the credit rate is established. And of course, the cleaner the hydrogen, i.e. the less emissions, then the higher the credit rate. And effectively, to your question, in order to reach a level of carbon intensity that allows you to access the credit or a higher rate, the carbon capture technology has to be effective and has to be capturing a high proportion, a very high proportion of the carbon and storing it through approved approved storage mechanism here. So essentially, that is what allows you to ensure that the carbon capture technology is working properly. It's stored either underground or in concrete, as it was for the CCUS tax credit. And if that's not effective, then you essentially won't achieve the level of carbon intensity to access the credit. I think that answers the question. Was there another part?
Yeah, so maybe just to follow up on that quickly, what happens if it doesn't perform as well as it's expected to? Is there any way of recapturing this tax credit?
Yeah, so effectively, when you go through the initial project, you have to submit your project plans based on the initial plans that for the credit. I'm just looking for the technical term here, but I'm not. Yeah, so the project plans, they're submitted. You go through an Environment and Climate Change Canada fuel life cycle assessment. That allows you to establish the credit rate. That's verified by the government. On that basis, the credit is granted. And then after that, there's essentially a 5-year period where the actual carbon emissions are measured over those 5 years and then benchmarked against the actual. And if there's a deviation of more than 0.5, then there's effectively a recapture. So then that basically ensures that the actual performance matches the expected performance, and if there are flaws ultimately in the actual performance, well then there would be a recapture.
Thank you. And
thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Weiler. That's the time, and now we'll go to MP Samari, please.
Oui, merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hello to everyone, and thank you once again to the officials for being here today. I would like to add to what my colleagues have said to thank you for the quality, the amazing quality of the document that presents C69 with the question and answer period. It's very much appreciated, so thank you very much for this. My first questions will have to do with Part 2. I'm pleased to see this be in a budget implementation bill and the changes this will bring forth. It's considerable in order to bring forth more fiscal equity and social justice, so I would like to congratulate the government for having put this forward. I'm disappointed to see, if I've understood 1B on international maritime transportation will exclude Canadian businesses that do shipping to a certain minimum of 15%. And so I'll come back to this a little bit later, probably with representatives of the government on this clause that I will call the Paul Martin and family clause. So let's come back now to Part 2, 300 pages to modify the Tax Act and other acts. And I'm not sure if I've understood all the nuances of this. For businesses, tax on income is not only federal. And so there is a part that is sent to the provinces. And with regards to Alberta and Quebec, they deal with commercial tax, but in these 300 pages in Part 2, there doesn't seem to be any sharing between the federal government and provinces of revenues linked to this new tax revenue, or no mechanism allowing Quebec and Ottawa to coordinate in order to arrive at this 15%. Am I reading this correctly?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for those questions. The member is correct in stating that the legislation for the new Global Minimum Tax Act in Part 2 of the bill does not contain a mechanism for sharing the revenues from the Pillar 2 global minimum tax between the federal government and provincial governments. The government indicated in Budget 2023 that it intended to share with the provinces some portion of the revenues from the two-pillar international tax plan that has been led by the OECD G20 Inclusive Framework and that is being implemented in Canada. We don't have any further information at this point in time as to sharing, but we anticipate that the government will be engaging with the provinces in due course on the question of the sharing of revenues from, again, the two-pillar international tax reform, which consists of the Pillar 1 and the Pillar 2 global minimum tax that's in Part 2. To be clear, Pillar 1 is not in Part 2 of this bill. I guess the other point that I would make in response to the member's question is that the Pillar 2 global minimum tax does take into consideration taxes paid at both federal and provincial levels by the large multinational enterprises that are within scope of Pillar 2 in determining the effective tax rate of the multinational in Canada for purposes of applying the global minimum tax.
Merci beaucoup. La réponse est très complète et
Thank you. This is a very clear and a complete answer. So the government is committed to having discussions with the provinces to eventually share a portion of this new tax on multinationals. But in C69, there's nothing. And so I've understood, I believe, that Mr. Repetto is saying that he's expecting that the government will undertake discussions with the provinces in order to reach an agreement. So here's my next question. As long as the government won't have undertaken this, won't have a bill that suggests a sharing of revenues, I'm understanding that with C69 as is, 100% of this new tax revenue would be found in the federal coffers and nothing for the provinces other than what they're already collecting. If I've understood this correctly?
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'd like to begin by just clarifying my previous response, because I want to make sure that there was no misunderstanding. That in Budget 2023, the government indicated that it intended to share a portion of the revenues from the two-pillar international tax reform, which consists again of not only the Pillar 2 global minimum tax that is in Part 2 of this bill, but also Pillar 1. So I just want to clarify, the government didn't indicate in Budget 2023 that it a specific intention to share a portion of the Pillar 2 global minimum tax revenues. It was a portion of the two pillars combined. I just wanted to clarify that. But in response to the member's last question, I can confirm that once again that Part 2 of the bill does not contain a mechanism for sharing the revenues from Pillar 2 with the provinces. Thank you.
Merci, MP Sainte-Marie. Merci. And now to MP Davies, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses for being here. I'd like to start with Division 3 of Part 4, which authorizes the making of payments to the provinces respecting a national program for providing food in schools. Is there someone here who can answer that?
So we're just here on parts 1 to 3.
All of you here?
I think there will be other people here at a later time on part 4.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll leave that. I'll turn then to the global minimum tax. Can you confirm how much additional revenue the global minimum tax is expected to generate in Canada? Sorry, could I have my time held?
Yeah, yes. So we are building that in.
Thank you. Yep. It's okay.
Mr. Chair, yes, in response to your questions, the budget 2024 included presented updated estimates of the projected revenue that we expect that will be raised from the Pillar 2. Over the 3-year period going from 2026, 2027 to 2028, 2029, we estimate that the government will raise around $6.6 billion in revenues from Pillar 2.
It's my understanding that U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has announced that she is working to carve out an allowance for the U.S. Research and Development Tax Credit. Is Canada seeking any similar exemption, to your knowledge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my knowledge, we're not. Our legislation follows the legislation that has been developed at the OECD. So we're not. We're participating in these discussions, but no agreement has been reached so far. So it's not part of the.
Thank you.
Law.
Clause 16 in Part 1 includes provisions to deny income tax deductions for expenses incurred with respect to non-compliant short-term rentals. I think you touched on that. Do you have any estimate of the value of income tax deductions that are expected to be denied to non-compliant short-term rentals?
So we don't have that information at this time. The rules are designed to try to motivate people who are operating non-compliant short-term rentals, so that's short-term rentals that are not compliant with the local laws in their province or municipality, to return those housing units to the long-term supply. So it's difficult at this point to say whether people will continue to operate those non-compliant short-term rentals.
Compliance generating measure, not a revenue.
Yeah, that's right. It's not. There's no specific revenue estimate.
Does the department have any estimate about what the value of the tax credits to those that are non-compliant now is?
So it's not a tax credit per se, but it's just that right now, if they're operating a business, so they would be entitled to just the regular deductions that anyone who's operating a business or operating earning income from property would be entitled to.
Do you have any value of the deductions that are being inappropriately claimed?
Yeah, so we don't have that information now. Again, it's really hard to estimate the number of short-term rentals that are non-compliant because it is based on municipal and provincial laws, and it's also an area where provinces and municipalities are currently many of them are currently in the process of putting in place those restrictions on short-term rentals. So at this point, we don't have a lot of information to be able to really estimate those amounts.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteer tax credits, do you have an estimate of the total value of these tax credits and approximately how many Canadians might qualify for them in a given year?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to thank the member for his question. So we estimate that this measure would generate $105 million in extra tax relief over the 23-24 to 28-29 period. So on about $20 million a year. And we currently, about 44,000 individuals claim the volunteer firefighters tax credit, and another 6,000 claim the search and rescue volunteers tax credit. So, and there might be some increase from that, but that gives you a sense of the current claimants of these credits.
Thank you. Turning to the refundable income tax credit to qualifying businesses for certain clean hydrogen projects and clean tech manufacturing, I know that in December of last year, the Department of Finance released draft legislation for the Clean Hydrogen Investment Tax Credit and the Tech Manufacturing Tax Credit. What changes, if any, were made to the draft legislation based on consultations with stakeholders? Was there anything significant?
Maybe I'll start with the clean technology manufacturing investment tax credit, and then I'll let my colleague take clean hydrogen. There was a fair bit for clean hydrogen. On clean technology manufacturing, there weren't many changes. I think one of the key things that did come out of the consultations and what we heard was just in terms of polymetallic mining. And the difficulties and the clarity, lack of clarity there, and changes in that regard to allow polymetallic mining, mostly relating to copper, were announced in budget 2024. But those measures aren't part of this bill. I'll let my colleague answer on clean hydrogen, because there were a fair bit, and he's more familiar with them, if that's all right.
Do I get credit for all the steps I'm generating?
1,000 yet, but we're working on that.
Thank you for the question. Tyler Minty, Director in the Business Income Tax Division. The consultation, in terms of the high-level design of the investment tax credit, there were no changes in terms of what was announced in terms of the initial design details that were provided in budget 2023 and then followed up in the fall economic statement 2023. There were a number of kind of technical adjustments that really don't relate to the high-level design of the tax credit, additional details in terms of administration, the compliance period, that type of thing.
Obviously, these tax credits are intended to help Canada meet our overall strategy for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Is there any estimate of over time what impact these measures may have in that regard?
I can take that one. Well, as you indicate, I mean that is clearly the intent of these tax credits, and the approach of the government for estimating emissions, as you're probably aware, they put out every year the emissions projections for the economy, and it takes into account the suite of measures, and there are obviously a significant number of measures that the government has put forward to achieve its objective, and those projections look at those suites of measures. These investment tax credits would be part of those suites and are therefore sort of entrenched in those projections. Effectively.
Thank you, and thank you, MP Davies. Members, we are witnesses. We're moving into our second round. So times are a little different in this round. So MP Lawrence for the next 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, we've heard from Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, Carolyn Rogers. We've heard from Bill Morneau, John Manley, the C.D. Howe Institute, the Fraser Institute, Dr. Ian Lee, amongst many others, talking about Canada's productivity crisis. So I'd just like to go over these three sections, and maybe you could quickly point out to me which sections will improve our GDP and how much GDP per capita you expect it to improve. So we'll start with section 1. Could someone tell me which sections will improve our productivity?
I'll start with just a broad response. Certainly, in terms of investment and competitiveness, that the investment tax credits are meant to address those and basically enhance the competitiveness of the.
Thank you for that.
Economy.
Do you have? Could you table with the committee any analysis that your department has performed demonstrating that these ITC will improve productivity?
Well, we don't have specific numbers. I can see what we can
Okay.
We'll
we'll move on. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Part 2. How much will the implementation of Part 2 improve Canada's productivity?
I think that part two is I mean, we don't have specific numbers on that. It's a measure that is, as Peter explained, it's something that's being done on a global basis amongst our peers. So it's really about ensuring the competitiveness of Canada's tax system and Canadian companies, and ensuring that Canada can collect its appropriate share of tax in that context.
I understand it's not, its goal is not to increase productivity. I think
that's a fair statement.
Thank you. And part three, what provisions will improve our productivity and by how much?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question. For part three, these are measures that seek to generate additional tax revenue. For example, for tobacco and other products up to $1.6 billion. And so there are no measures, to my knowledge, that specifically were destined for productivity. That's great. Sorry.
It's fair to say that that's not the intent, and that's fine. That's fine. And so I just want to move on from there to talking a little bit about part two, about the global minimum tax. I'm sorry, I know that Mr. Davies asked this. I didn't quite catch this. What was the total revenue to be gained from part two?
Thank you for your question. The total revenue was $6.6 billion over a 3-year period.
Merci. And just to follow up on that as well, what's the estimated number of Canadian? It's just so I understand it. It's Canadian companies that'll be caught by this who are, I guess, sheltering profits in jurisdictions that have less than a 15% tax rate. So if you could correct that first, and then if you could also tell me how many Canadian companies you expect to be caught by this provision.
Thank you again for your questions. The global minimum tax has actually two components. One that would target low tax revenues that are reported outside of Canada, and another one that would apply to low tax revenue earned in Canada. And it would apply as well to Canadian companies, Canadian multinational companies, as foreign companies that have operation in Canada. The second component would apply to the foreign companies.
Companies will be caught by that, and how many other multinationals operating in Canada will be caught by the provision?
Yes.
If you don't have the number, you can table it with the committee as well.
We don't have the precise number because the number of companies that will be caught, but it will depend on the particular situation of every corporation. But the rules apply to groups that have more than.
I apologize, my time's just running out. The chair is going to be getting ready. I can see him. If you could just give us your estimates of the Canadian companies that will be caught by that, you can table with the committee. That's fine. And the other part that I want to ask really quickly is, so we're talking about capturing tax evasion here, which is a laudable effort. But I don't believe, or could CRA please answer how many dollars have been collected from the Panama Papers and how many convictions there's been?
If I can just answer rapidly your previous question, we estimate there are around 200 Canadian multinationals that are above this 750 million euro threshold for being in scope of the global minimum tax. I don't know if.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup pour la question.
Thank you for the question.
Général,
I'm sorry. The person who would be in charge of these particular files is not present here today.
Would you mind just tabling that with the committee, sending us a note on that?
Certainly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lawrence. That's the time, and now we're going to PS Turnbull.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to all the witnesses for being here today. I have a motion to move from the floor, and I'm sorry for the slight interruption, but I'm hoping that we can deal with it very swiftly and get back to the testimony that is so important to the pre-study that we're doing. So I'll read it into the record. As it relates to the committee's future business, it be agreed that, 1, the committee dedicate its meeting on Thursday, May 9th, 2024, to hearing from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and officials on the subject matter study of Bill C-69. 2, the committee dedicate its regular meetings on May 9th, 21st, and 23rd, 2024, to consideration of the subject matter study of Bill C-69, barring referral of the bill to committee, and that all evidence gathered as part of the pre-study be considered as evidence in the committee's full study of the bill once referred to committee. 3, that any amendments to the bill be submitted no later than 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, May 23rd, 2024. 4, clause-by-clause consideration of the bill start no later than 12 p.m. EST on May 27th, 2024, and that the chair be empowered to set up extended hours and request additional House resources on that day. If the committee has not completed clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 11 a.m. on May 28th, 2024, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses and proposed amendments, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, as well as all questions necessary to report the bill to the House and to order the chair to report the bill to the House as soon as possible. 5, following the completion of the study of Bill C-69, the committee dedicate no less than 2 meetings on its study on the financialization of housing, followed by no less than 2 meetings to consider the draft report on the current state of play on green finance, green investment, transition finance, and transparency standards and taxonomy. And 6, the committee dedicate its regular meetings on the week of June 17th, 2024, on the committee's study on inflation in the current Canadian economy. Now, I will just speak to that. I've sent it to you, Chair, in both official languages. Sorry, the clerk, my apologies. So we tried to schedule out the rest of our meetings in a agenda pre-committee meeting. I note that the chair hasn't been able to report anything back, so we did not achieve consensus. So we really we're hoping to take a very collaborative approach and work with all parties. Unfortunately, we've seen that the Conservatives are not willing to collaborate. Yesterday, we saw the Conservatives in the House move an amendment to already delay the second reading of the Budget Implementation Act. So I'm bringing this motion forward today because the Budget Implementation Act needs to be the top priority. And I believe that Canadians are truly counting on us. This budget, I believe, very strongly, includes measures of which there are many that I could go through that Canadians really need right now. The National School Food Program is just one of many that I know myself and Mr. Davies and many others worked on for quite a number of years, and finally seeing the commitment to $1 billion over 5 years, feeding an additional 400,000 kids per year is truly gratifying to see in this year's BIA. We need to get that accomplished. Canadian families certainly are relying on us. The Conservatives stand up every day in the House and cite food bank lineups increasing. I think it's, pretty inconsistent with the position that they seem to be purporting to hold, which is that somehow they care about families who are suffering from food insecurity and then not supporting a budget that's attempting to feed 400,000 more kids in Canada. We know the investment tax credits in this budget, as we've already heard this morning, the Clean Tech Manufacturing ITC and the Clean Hydrogen ITC are things that industry is asking for. They have been asking for us to fast track these ITCs. They need predictable timelines for their implementation, and many of the large projects to decarbonize our economy are relying on those ITCs to move forward. Research funding. I was in my riding last and met with researchers at the Ontario Tech University, which is my local university. And the researchers were ecstatic by the $3.5 billion for science and research that is in this budget, the Tri-Council funding, the research infrastructure, the additional dollars for grads and postgrads and fellows. Those are things that Canadian researchers are counting on. They're preventing brain drain in our economy. They're things that have been cited for quite some time. Many Conservative members have actually advocated to address brain drain in this country. So I hope that we're aligned on wanting to get those budget measures through committee and back to the House as soon as possible. Housing. I talked to a senior from my riding yesterday who's concerned about rental construction and needing more affordable rental housing. So there's significant amount of financing for more rental construction in this budget. There's also infrastructure dollars to help municipalities and provinces that are struggling to fund some of the infrastructure for new housing development. The Canada Carbon Rebate for small businesses, and I would note the Canadian Federation of Independent Business was very vocal about this. The Conservatives were very vocal about it, and yet they're going to stand against a budget that's implementing to get those returns going back to small businesses across the country. I think the number is 600,000. Artificial intelligence major investment of $2.4 billion in this budget, which proposes to increase productivity across Canada and will have a significant impact in future years. So I will also just note quickly the employer ownership trust is another measure that's in here. The incentives are included in this year's BIA, and they're essential for ensuring that there's an uptake of that option, of that succession model that will allow owners to sell to their employees, which is an exceptional measure for the redistribution of wealth in a way that also protects Canadian businesses. So lastly, I also will just say, between our last meeting and this meeting, I ensured that I kept my word to the committee, and I have secured the Deputy Prime Minister to come to committee on Thursday for an hour of testimony. And I truly hope that we can dispense with this motion quickly so that we don't jeopardize that appearance and that we can hear the important testimony from our Minister of Finance, who's ultimately accountable for this budget. So thank you, Chair, for indulging me, and I look forward to dispensing with this motion quickly.
Okay, thank you, P.S. Turnbull. I do have a speakers list. I've got MP Lawrence, I had MP Zarowitz, MP Samari, MP Chambers.
Thank you. I'm disappointed that this heavy-handed motion has been brought forward by the Liberals. I think in the most recent fall economic statement, while certainly pointing out the flaws, I think Conservatives were cooperative. And in this budget, we moved right through it. And I'm sure that if Canadians saw the first couple rounds of questions, I think they would have seen very thoughtful questions that were there to help Canadians. And so but you know what, I believe in most cases it's best that cooler heads prevail. And so what I would suggest with unanimous consent of the committee is that we adjourn this debate until the end of the meeting so that we can hear from these very hardworking, brilliant, and professional members of our civil service.
I heard it no. Okay, so I'm going to, I do see the hands up. It's MP Zarowitz, your hand is still up? No, you don't know. Okay, because I saw you say no. MP Samari then.
Oui, merci, monsieur.
Thank you. I'm very disappointed with this motion. And I think that it is interrupting the work that we have to do on Bill C-69. As Mr. Turnbull was saying, at the subcommittee there was no agreement. We were not able to reach an agreement. And so already from the get-go, I think that we could try to work on a motion that looks at C69 only, and we could have other discussions for the rest. For C69, what is being suggested here is a number of hours that is insufficient. Just today, what I'm understanding is that we will have very little time to ask questions to the officials on parts 1 to 3. I have many questions left. Even without debating the motion, I think that we could have run out of time to have the answers to all our questions on these parts. But to have 1 hour for part 4 is largely insufficient. We have to do things correctly. I'd like to remind my colleagues on the committee that part 4 implements the entire system for the open banking. And this is something new, and we need to use sufficient amount of time. And what the government is suggesting here goes against the will of the Association of Bankers of Canada and many financial institutions as well. It's within this bill we have to look at bills in different legislation, different provinces. There's been no consultation between the government and departments and their counterparts in Quebec or other provinces, and this was a very recent development. We will have a lot to say, a lot to add, and a lot of technical details that will have huge repercussions on people. Here's an example. In Alberta, there's a bank. They're not called a bank, but it belongs to the Alberta government, to the state. And so if that institution wants to be part of open banking at the time, they have to go under federal jurisdiction at least for the open banking part, and then to not double up the legal fees. Well, this brings about many, many serious concerns, and the same thing for credit unions. In BC, for example, if I'm not mistaken, the legislators did not allow these credit unions to go under the federal jurisdiction. So what is going to happen for this part? So are we now creating an open banking system that has different levels, some that are under federal jurisdiction, others under provincial jurisdiction? There are many, many concerns, and I have a lot of questions for the officials on this file, and also we'll have to hear many witnesses testify. Now, here is a bill. It's a huge bill, 660-page bill that has to do with many different acts that brings forth many amendments, and so many elements have to be covered. And now we're being told, oh, we're going to end this week, and the week following, we're going to have a couple of hours of testimony, and then we're going to go clause by clause. In my opinion, this is vastly insufficient. And what we've seen during the pandemic on bills and that the government is pushing us to adopt quickly. There were many amendments, many things had to be corrected afterwards because the committee did not have a sufficient amount of time to do its work with the time allotted. So 660 pages of incomprehensible jargon for the average Canadian. It takes a lot of time to go through this for people to think about it, to become aware of it, to see if this responds to the needs, and or does it bring about more problems. And we have to have enough time to digest all of this. All the stakeholders have to read it and go through it and contact us to share their concerns. So obviously, this is clearly insufficient as an amount of time. C-59, that was the implementation of the last fall economic statement. That was less important. We spent 20 hours hearing witnesses, and here we're being suggested 4 hours, and then the officials will be here for an hour or perhaps a bit more, and 1 hour for part 4. This is not enough. And I'd like to remind you that when the Minister of Finance appears before the committee lately, she spends an hour, but I'd like to remind you that quite often we had Bill Morneau, for example. He would come for 2 hours to answer questions, and there are many aspects in this bill that need to be covered. So 1 hour is not enough time to ask questions. So this, once again, is insufficient. In my opinion, we need a lot more time than what we have here before us to study C69, to correct it, to ensure that everything is correct. We've had 20 hours of witnesses for C59, and now 4 are being suggested. This is insufficient. The minister should be able to come, such as Bill Morneau is coming, if I'm not mistaken, and he, most of the time, would come to testify for 2 hours before the committee, and we should be able to push back the calendar to do our work. And when I say to extend this, it means that during the week, during break week, well, if the government is in such a hurry, we should be able to have some sessions during break week and at least 1 week afterwards to make sure that all the stakeholders in the economy will have had the time to become aware of these very complicated 660 pages to ensure that everything is fine and that no distortions are brought forward. And for such a motion, we need to withdraw what would come after C69. And so I have a lot of corrections for this motion, a lot of caveats. I don't think it's acceptable in its form, and I cannot support it, and I find it quite cavalier to arrive here when we have all the officials here answering our questions and to say, oh, here, I didn't warn you, but here is a very long motion, and it is a motion that is going to take over the debate, and we have not even been able to consider this ahead of time. So here are my first comments. I will have more.
I've got MP Chambers, then Zarowitz, then Morantz, Lawrence, Davies.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the spirit of collaboration the parliamentary secretary showed by showing up to committee and not sharing his motion in advance with the members. That's very, very collaborative. Obviously, we're not going to agree to the motion as it's drafted in the current form. We've been doing this every single year. Wisdom has been chasing this government for a very long time. It just hasn't caught up with it yet. But we do this every single year. We're in the same position. And if you want MP Rick Perkins to come in and talk about Elvers for another 40 hours, he's on deck. That's no problem. We can make that happen. But in the interest of trying to get some stuff done, why don't we just park the clause by clause date? And you can bring it back later if you want to bring it back on Thursday. That's fine. But if you strike that from the motion right now, we can continue with our meeting. And we can revisit it on Thursday. We can revisit it when we get back. That would be acceptable, at least for me. I won't speak on behalf of my other colleagues. And perhaps I just mentioned, since getting lectured about people visiting food banks, Stats Canada is actually going to release their household income survey in probably like a week. And I'm not really sure you're going to want to be patting yourselves on the back for the work the government's done, because it's going to show hundreds of thousands of people will fall back below, or tens of thousands of people will fall back below the poverty line. And so I don't really think lecturing people on food bank lines is a winning strategy for you. And of course, we also know that one of the requests that we've had at this committee is to have Governor Carney show up. He was at the committee Senate. He was at a Senate committee last week, so apparently it's okay for him to appear at the Senate committee. But if we were to arrange for Governor Carney to come here, I think we would be able to move this motion forward. If that's acceptable to the government, they'll let us know. But in the interest of time and with our nice officials that we have here, we can, if we struck the clause by clause end date, we could move on. But I'm not really sure that's going to be possible. So we'll just get Rick Perkins all dialed up and ready to come in to talk about Elvers. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, MP Chambers. I have MP Zarowitz, Morantz, Lawrence, and Davies.
Mr. Chair, if you could actually put me at the end of the list, I would like to hear from my other colleagues first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MP Zerowitz. So I've got MP Morantz next, and then Lawrence Davies, Zerowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I have to say it's very disappointing to have this motion thrust upon us in the middle of our consideration of C69. It's an attempt to program out literally to the end of June, basically the rest of our meetings before the summer break. But really what I'm concerned about is we have, I don't know how many officials are here. I think for the people watching, I don't know, Mr. Chair, do you know how many officials are here from the Finance Department? Can I ask you, Ms. Dwyer, how many of your officials are here in the room?
I think about 8 or so.
How many?
I think maybe 8 or so from finance.
8?
8 or 10 or so
8 or
from
10,
finance.
8 or 10 finance officials here to answer questions on a bill. And again, for all the many people who are watching this meeting right now, I think it's important for them to understand that this bill is another omnibus budget bill from this government. It's 659 pages long. It has 468 clauses. This committee only meets roughly twice a week for 2 hours. So we need every possible moment to examine this document in order to ask questions that people expect us to ask. And we have all these excellent officials here today who have the answers to our questions, and now we've been stopped from asking them over basically a self-centered, overbearing, centrally planned liberal motion that basically tries to neuter our ability to ask questions about this massive document. And so it's very, very disappointing, Mr. Chair, and I certainly echo the comments of all of my colleagues. I think one of the things that the Liberal members, and maybe because Mr. Turnbull's new to this committee, he's forgotten that more people voted for Conservatives in both the 19 and 21 election than for Liberals, and then in fact, they're not a majority government. They're a minority government, and they can't just dictate to the committee what it is we're going to study and when we're going to study. That's got to be worked out. And so if there's some reason why they can't modify this motion to come to an acceptable arrangement, I think that's on them. They need to work in a spirit of collaboration and reach across the aisle like Conservatives do every day. But they're just not willing to. They have deluded themselves into thinking they're still a majority government, but they're not. And of course, they won't be government much longer. Everyone knows that. So they're bringing in these heavy-handed motions to try and basically, map out the agenda for their government and in their dying days to try and basically get through as much harmful legislation for Canadians as they possibly can. But I have a lot of questions. I have questions about the small business rebate. I have questions about the journalism tax rebate, the short-term rental adjustments, the underused housing tax, the alternative minimum tax, and I'm being basically prevented from asking my questions of officials because of this heavy-handed motion. And so those are basically my comments, Mr. Chair, and I think Canadians watching will be as equally appalled as I am at the heavy-handed tactics of this of the Liberal members on this committee, and will understand that they are not provided with the benefits of having their elected officials actually ask questions of finance officials about this 659-page omnibus budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Morantz. I have MP Lawrence, then MP Davies, MP Zerowitz.
Just a quick technical question for the clerk. If I make a motion to adjourn, I still get the floor even if I'm unsuccessful, right? And get to continue on. Is that correct?
On a motion to adjourn, there is no debate. it'll go directly to a vote.
No, but I'm meaning after the vote, do I get the floor back? Sorry if I didn't clarify.
Suspended. Yes, you would get the floor back because you had the floor.
So I'll move to adjourn the debate. And I'll ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote.
Mr. Baker.
I'm opposed.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Opposed.
Ms. Thompson.
Opposed.
Ms. Turnbull.
Opposed.
Mr. Weiler.
Opposed.
Mr. Chambers.
In favor.
Mr. Halan.
In favor.
Mr. Lawrence.
In favor.
Mr. Morantz.
Yes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
En faveur.
Mr. Davies. Yeas pour 5, 5, nays contre 6, 6.
It's defeated.
Okay. Carry on.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of intellectual capacity in this room right now. I'd recommend we allow our witnesses opportunity to leave if they choose.
The officials here, so go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm really disappointed that we didn't that the Liberals did not choose to circulate the motion beforehand. And in talking to in having discussions and negotiations before with Mr. Terry Beach, Ms. Bendayan, as well as Mr. Baker, I might add. I've never had that happen, not once, and I think it's been about 2 years on this committee now. In fact, the chair once we got in a little bit of a tiff there, and he said to me, "You know what? You have my phone number. Give me a call." And maybe Mr. Turnbull simply didn't have our phone number, but I don't think that's probably correct. To not even give us a chance to circulate that. And now we're wasting time, and we've proven that through that vote to the adjournment that neither the NDP nor the Liberals are serious about doing the people's business. Instead, they want to bicker about the schedule on the time of our civil servants. And as Mr. Chambers said, there's a lot of intellectual capacity over there, and would like to see their time be made of more value than to hear the machinations, discussions, and arguments of parliamentarians over relatively trivial matters such as scheduling. And so, the reality is, when Conservatives have been constructive, if not cooperative. The fall economic statement, I don't remember a budget bill passing as quickly as that one did. I can't remember one in recent history, even back to majority governments. And that even though Conservatives did not agree, we certainly did our democratic duty by pointing out the weaknesses. But we were constructive, if not cooperative, as I said. So this is definitely striking a different tone. And of course, we'll have consequences. And there's just no way about that. It certainly has broken trust that I had, building trust with the members on the other side. But just to put some context into the issue of where we are and why Conservatives are extremely skeptical about the impact of this budget is because the Liberal government didn't just get elected today. They're not in opposition. They've been in government for the last 9 years. And we've seen an economic loss decade. That means zero economic growth per capita. That is a scary place to be. That means that our standard of living has not increased for 10 years. And surely they'll point to the pandemic and other issues as to why this should happen. But this isn't the case in many of our direct comparables. For example, the United States GDP per capita has gone up by 50%, while ours has gone up a paltry 4%. So we're in the midst of a lost decade here. We have record food bank usage, and we have people who are struggling to get by. And like I said, these Liberals didn't get elected like last week. It's been 9 years, and I beseech them. I mean, just go out and talk to your constituents, guys. How many of them think that they're better off than they were in 2015? I tell you, and I'm not being partisan. This is just the reality of it. If I walk around my neighborhood, there won't be many people who say, "Yeah, I'm doing better in 2015." I feel than in 2015. Underneath Prime Minister Harper, we had balanced budgets. We had housing that cost literally half as much. We had rentals that were half as much. We had food prices that were under control. We had a much stronger economy. We actually had economic growth. Whereas underneath this Liberal government, we've seen surging food bank usage. As Mr. Chambers alluded to, we have statistics coming more and more about the challenges that Canadians have. And we can certainly look at statistics, but I don't even need to look at the numbers, which would no doubt validate the anecdotal evidence. But when I go out in the constituency and I talk to folks, I can't tell you how many, and I mean this in all seriousness, guys, how many heartbreaking stories I have to hear about person after person who simply has more month than money. And whether it be the single mom who has to use a food bank even though she has a job and had those conversations, or the young couple who got married and with great excitement bought a house, getting ready to start their family, and then their mortgage went from a little shy of $3,000 a month to $9,000 a month. And they had to sell their house and basically press zero again on their financial house. Canadians are struggling out there. And so you guys talk about this budget that's going to be this magic panacea, but you've done that for 9 years now. I've heard about this with the budget in 2022, a budget 2021, or the budget in 2016, 17, 18, that it was going to magically solve all of Canada's problems. Well, guess what? We're here now. Like look outside, man. Times are tough. Unemployment is creeping up steadily. It's up to 6.1% and climbing. Inflation still remains outside the Bank of Canada's set range. So we've got inflation high. We've got interest rates which climbed at a record high space and still remain high. We've got actually, which is really still, and I can't believe we haven't gotten more coverage or more questions about that. We've got the governor of the Bank of Canada telling us that he hasn't decided whether interest rates will go up or down, or their board more correctly. But we've got the Prime Minister saying, I guarantee that interest rates will come down. That should not happen in a G7 country. You shouldn't have the leader of the executive telling the independent bank, a central bank, what you're going to do. That just should not happen. And we still haven't received an explanation. I've asked the government about this as to who is right, the governor of the Bank of Canada or the Prime Minister, and still have not received an accurate explanation. So what we really need, and I'm fresh off the prayer breakfast this morning. It was a great event, and heard the Prime Minister's remarks and of course the Leader of the Opposition, as well as some other notable individuals. And I'm actually taken by some of the humility that the Prime Minister showed at the prayer breakfast, and I wish that some of his MPs would exemplify some of the words that the Prime Minister brought to the prayer breakfast in terms of realizing that we need cooperation, that this is a teamwork, and that we are in troubled waters, as the Prime Minister said himself at the prayer breakfast. We are in troubled water. We are facing significant challenges, whether it be the affordability crisis or climate change. These are significant challenges, and they require They require teamwork, and we've seen in this instance that we've been given an ultimatum motion. I don't know what else to call it. Certainly heavy-handed. And like I said, I've been negotiating or working on negotiating for a better part of 2 years now through many different budget bills, and I've never seen this. I've never seen the government say, plop something on the desk, say, take it or leave it, right? We're not asking for anything extraordinary here. We just want to talk to the officials who have come prepared. They always give excellent testimony, and they always do their best. And it's very enlightening for me to have those discussions. That's all that Conservatives want to get accomplished. We'll work away at this. We still have many hours of testimony to hear. There's no need to put this heavy-handed motion on there. We can work together, negotiate a solution, find out a way that both Conservatives can be the voice of the voiceless, of those single moms that are struggling to get by, of those business owners that are seeing their lifetime of hard work evaporate in front of their faces, to those homeowners who have seen their mortgage payments gone up sometimes 2 or 3 times. We need to get that out, and I don't apologize for that. We need to be the voice of those who are struggling, the most vulnerable in our society, but we can do it in a constructive way. This heavy-handed technique is just not helpful. It limits debate. It limits our ability to fight for those who aren't in Ottawa. I was elected by the 100,000 folks from Northumberland, Peterborough South, soon to be Northumberland, Clark, and I'm here to represent them. I said Conservatives have been constructive throughout the fall economic statement. We were constructive here. We were having some great discussion. I very much appreciated some of my colleagues' questions with respect to the global minimum tax. I think it's a rich area for discussion and for debate, and quite frankly, technical discussion that requires a lot of the expertise that we have here today to inform Canadians, because most folks don't get up in the morning and think, you know what I'm going to talk about today is a global minimum tax regime. Yet it certainly will have an impact on our ability to. It will have an ability for us to fund social programs. It will also have the an effect on our economy, and so that Canadians need to be more aware of these issues, and who better to bring that discussion than some of our terrific civil servants here who are able to carry that discussion, and specifically, if this meeting hadn't been ambushed by the Liberals' heavy-handed motion, if given the opportunity to ask more questions, I would have loved to have talked a little bit more about the Panama Papers and the CRA's failure to convict, fully investigate some of Canada's most egregious tax evasions. And in a lot of ways, journalists did a lot of the work for the Canada Revenue Agency. And while this government seems intent to get their pound of salt, and I might say quite successfully, from the middle class, the super wealthy underneath this Liberal government over the last 9 years have done quite well, and they continue to do quite well, whether it be moving dollars offshore, or as the Prime Minister has done, putting his money in trust funds to avoid higher rates of taxation. And so we could have had a very substantive discussion about the bill, and quite frankly, I really enjoy some of the technical discussions. And actually enjoy getting into the weeds, and I know that other members do, and sort of getting underneath the hood and finding out what is wrong and coming up with specific technical answers with respect to some of these budgetary moments. So in other areas that I would have loved to have talked about is the employee ownership trust tax exemption. I actually think the employee ownership is a at least in theory and big picture, a very good idea, and it's been implemented in a number of countries around the world. I believe the United States and the United Kingdom to I think pretty good results. And the whole idea of it is behind that is to encourage business owners to allow businesses to flourish by having their business go on to those who have sweat, who have toiled, who have built the business into what it is. And I said it, and I think it has that generally as an approach has had conservative, liberals, socialist support because it hits on many different elements. And I can remember back in my MBA actually that the likelihood of a business actually making it from one generation to the next is actually very low. I think it's up around 20%, and to make it a third generation is actually in the single digits. And so by allowing employees to have ownership is beneficial both to the business owner and also to the employees as they go forward. So would have loved to have had a technical discussion about that, and unfortunately, the technical briefing, which I know that once again our civil servants worked very hard on it, came right on the heels of us doing clause by clause in the fall economic statement, and so I wasn't able to dig in as much to the BIA in the technical briefing, and so I was very much looking forward to the testimony today to dig into those commentaries so that I could do my job as a member of the Finance Committee, as a parliamentarian, to fully understand these provisions and be able to help explain them. The other area that I'm looking forward to talking about, I don't believe it's in part 1, 2, or 3, is the Canadian Entrepreneurs Incentive, and so the with the lifetime capital gains exemption. What this adds is an additional portion of reducing it from an inclusion rate, I guess a future inclusion rate. We'll see when the capital gains bills comes in, but this contemplates that being in place, of reducing it from 66% to 30, I think it's 33%, but has a number of different criteria on that. And so I was curious as to what how that would actually be technically input as well. All this to say, Mr. Chair, is I'm extremely disappointed in the parliamentary secretaries. Maybe he's new to this chair, or maybe he's new and just doesn't understand how this can work and how that we can collaborate. I would put in front of him the references of Mr. Terry Beach. And also maybe even Deputy Leader and Minister of Finance, who yesterday in question period actually was quite kind and said she respected me. She did then say something disrespectful about me, but she did say she respected me. So maybe you could talk to his boss about what she thinks of me and what type of negotiating partner I could be. But this didn't even give Conservatives an option to negotiate. I guess I would be remiss too if I didn't talk a little bit about the NDP. I was very pleased and I guess maybe proud of the relationship I had with Mr. Blakey, and hopefully he would say the same thing about me. I found him, although we disagree on about 97% of everything, especially when it comes to economics, he was always conducted himself honorably, and we certainly had some lengthy negotiations. Those didn't all come to fruition, but he was always upfront with me, and certainly I felt as though he wanted to do things the right way. And I don't really know Mr. Davies. I know of his reputation of being a solid parliamentarian, but I'm a little surprised that Mr. Davies didn't come and talk to us about this motion before. Clearly, the NDP and the Liberal have already talked about it. I mean, they are coalition partners, but I did know Mr. Blakey to be quite actually independent, and would. would not just fall hook and line sinker for what the Liberals were feeding him. And so I'm a little challenged that Mr. Davies wouldn't come to us with a discussion before that, so we didn't have to go from 0 to 90. And quite frankly, I guess I could comprehend both the actions of the NDP and Liberal if Conservatives were being obstructionist, and perhaps they felt in their own way that it was essential for them to move forward with this, that Conservatives would obstruct. But the fall economic statement was both constructive. I mean, we just have to look at the clause by clause, where on Mr. Davies' request, we actually started grouping them and expediting them. We were under no obligation to do so. And actually, if you look back at the time of debate during clause by clause, Conservatives were actually the lowest of all the parties, with the exception of the Bloc Québécois. And so we were actually very expedient in making our comments and expressing our disappointment with the fall economic statement, but once again being constructive. And so Conservatives are very concerned, as we also heard from the Bloc Québécois, that those parties not in a coalition government get the opportunity to explain to the Canadian people just the challenges around this budget. As I said, I sometimes feel like we are in an alternative universe, that the Liberals somehow believe that this is the first day that they've got to government every day. We're like in Groundhog Day. And this is going to be the day. This is going to be the budget bill. This is going to be the things that changes. Well, you know, guys, like we keep going further into debt. Our GDP keeps not growing. We keep not hitting our climate change targets, except for, I know, during the pandemic when the economy was shut down, guys. If you want that caveat, it's yours. So whether it be climate change, whether it be food bank usage, whether it be the GDP, whether it be the growth, we continue to go down and things get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And then you come to us and say, why don't you help us make it worse faster, Mr. Lawrence? Why don't you do that? My apologies to the interpreter. I get a little excited, so my apologies. I'm going to get this away here too, so we don't have any challenges for the interpreters. Because look at your record. Your record is abysmal. Philip Cross, noted statistician, former, I believe, head of Stats Canada, said that this is the worst economic record since the Great Depression. The worst economic record since the Great Depression. We are, if you look at the GDP per capita, we're actually, I believe, in our 7th quarter of negative GDP per capita. And if, in fact, we measured recessions, which I think there's a strong argument that we should, we measured recessions not on total GDP, which our GDP is masked by our high population growth, and so it looks higher than it actually is. So we look at the GDP per Canadian, the economic output per Canadian, the prosperity of each Canadian in other terms. We see that we have had 7 quarters of decline. We would be in one of the longest recessions since the Great Depression if we measured GDP per capita. And so while Canada is not in a recession, Canadians most certainly are. And so when I hear, you can probably excuse my frustration when I hear folks say, you know, this budget bill, this will be the one. This is the magic. This is a magic pill. This is a magic bean that will make everything all right. Well, you know, I've now been elected for almost, I guess, 4.5, going on 5 years, as it were. And so I've heard through multiple budget cycles that this piece of legislation, this is the one that will finally help Canadians. The reality is, I go back and I go back to my constituents, and they are just consistently worse off because of this federal government. The carbon tax is absolutely crushing Canadians. It increases the cost of home heating, of fuel, of food. And so, of course, we heard the demagoguery with respect to the carbon tax that that in fact the Liberals will say that the Canadians get back more than what they receive. That's not true, because but the shell game they play with words is the following. So with respect to the carbon tax, there's two different types of costs that Canadians focus on. One is the fiscal, that's the direct impact. So that's what you pay into for the carbon tax, that the gas pumps, et cetera, and what you get back in terms of a rebate. And then, but the other part that Liberals don't acknowledge exists is the economic impact. What does that mean? Well, there's a cascading effect that happens when farmers, when business owners pay carbon tax. And so when a farmer pays carbon tax, because they are price takers and not price givers, that money will get passed on to the consumer. And so everything, literally everything in the grocery store, because it all had to be transported some, has hidden carbon tax in it. And so when you add the fiscal and the economic, more than 6 out of 10 out of Canadian households actually are losing money, and that's the shell game that Liberals will play. They'll just talk about the fiscal financial impact without talking about the economic. Well, the truth is you've got both. All Canadians are facing both the fiscal financial impact and economic impact, and when those things are added up, in every province, the average household is at a net loss position. And that's the reality of the carbon tax and what Canadians are playing against. It also gets to the fact that it's because of stretching the truth in arguments like that, that we really need to dig into and understand that. And so you can understand why Conservatives want to have discussions and lengthy discussions about the budget. It's important for us to understand it. Ultimately, there's nothing magical about myself or Jazz or Adam or Marty, but we are the representative of our office is magical. In all 338, soon to be 343 offices are magical because they represent the voice and the will of the people, and that's what separates Canada from many other places in the world that don't have rights, that don't have the ability to vote in or vote out their leaders. And so when we look at that office, well, you can certainly feel free not to respect myself or other Conservative members. You should have respect for Parliament. Parliament is the very base of our democracy, and it's critical that we are able to, given the time, to understand the legislation. This bill is over 600 pages. It modifies or amends hundreds of other pages. In order to fully understand this legislation, it will take hours and hours and hours of study, and there'll be no doubt that there'll be commentaries from across the country of different organizations, various industries. Literally, like, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that every single Canadian will be affected by this budget in some way or another. And so Conservatives want to get this right. And we would love to right now be sitting there and talking to officials as we were constructively before the parliamentary secretary brought forward a motion which he kept in secret, unwilling to share and discuss with Conservative members.
Point of order. Yeah, just not to cut off the soliloquy there. It was very good, very well spoken. Even though I agree with almost nothing that the member said. Just I didn't actually keep this in secret because I was very. It's exactly identical.
Point
to
of order,
what we
Mr. Chair.
discussed,
What's the actual point of order that's being made?
subcommittee.
Point of order, MP Turnbull, is
What rule is he relying on in the book for his point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
MP Turnbull. Yeah, what is the point of order? If you could just.
The point of order is the member is claiming something that's untrue.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, MP Turnbull. We do, or PS Turnbull. We've got MP.
Well,
MP
I have a point of order, though.
Point of order, MP
maybe a
Davis.
bit more appropriate. And I appreciate my friend's eloquence and articulateness, but and I know there's a wide latitude in where we can go, but the motion under consideration is a programming motion to schedule the meetings on the budget. And so if he could try to keep his comments towards that, as opposed to, you know, a wide-ranging discussion of the carbon tax, which I think is beyond the scope of the motion under consideration. That would be helpful. And, you know, he has mentioned several times that he wants to be constructive. There are others that want to talk on this as well. And he's mentioned me in particular. And I'm just wondering if we're going to get a chance to, I have not had a chance to even speak at this meeting on this motion yet. Just wondering if his spirit of constructiveness would extend to allowing other people to maybe have a chance. I do have something to propose as well that might help. So.
Thank you, MP Davies. You are next on the list, MP Lawrence, and just sticking to the motion and to relevance, please.
Yeah, 100%. And thank you very much. And I yield my floor. I yield the time.
So we are on to MP Davies, and then I have MP Zerwitz, Howland, and Morantz after that.
Well, thank you, and thank you to my colleague for that. I appreciate that. I think I want to get to something constructive about this, because that's where I think we need to get. But I do have a few comments to make just prior to that. Just I think to set the record somewhat straight is I'm new to this committee. I've only been on the committee for 3 weeks, and one of the things that I believe was important was in a minority parliament, as has been pointed out, that we try to seek a consensus on how we get business done. No party can dominate in a situation like this. Frankly, even in majority governments, I don't think a majority can ever be used in a tyrannical way, but there has to be attention paid to other parties so that other priorities can make it to the committee's business. And but I do think it's important to note that we did meet last week, and I was the person who had proposed that we have a subcommittee on the agenda so that we could meet in camera. And I'm not going to discuss anything that was said at that meeting, but the purpose of that meeting was to try to get an agreement of the scheduling for the next 2 months. And many of the issues that are being canvassed here today were precisely the subject that we intended to talk about at that meeting. So it's not quite accurate to say that where we're at this moment is a surprise to anybody, because we specifically talked about each and every meeting between now and the end of June in our subcommittee meeting and tried to arrive at an acceptable agenda that met everybody's goals to some extent. So I think that the motion that's being put forward today, and for the record, I saw this motion for the first time last night at quite a late time. So, you know, I'm not, you know, it's no real issue of any intent to offend any of my colleagues on this committee. I do want to say we have, you know, we're sitting 7 of the last 8 weeks. We have 1 break week in there. I do want to say that in terms of the break week, and by the way, it's, if ever there was a name for a week that is more poorly, less aptly named, it's break week, as all of us know. Because the last thing we all do when we go back in our writings is have any break at all. But it is a critical time to meet constituents and to consult. And I know we're all just as busy, if not more busy, when you go to the constituents. So I jealously and sedulously guard that break week. It's the only one we have. And I think it's really important also for some work-life balance as well. So I do think we have, unfortunately, that week in there that takes us out of a time that we can schedule meetings. I did some research, just quick research, and I found that in 2023, we spent 15.5 hours of witness time on the budget. And in 2022, we spent 18 hours of witness time on the budget. That's excluding clause by clause. I didn't go back before then, but you know, if those are representative samples, that gives me a bit of an idea. I wanted to say that, you know, I empathize, and I've been in opposition my entire time on the Hill here. And sorry, I'll say it every time I hear it, we're not in a coalition government. I wish we were, but we're not in a coalition government. We don't have any cabinet seats. We don't get to make decisions. We have a confidence supply agreement. So I know that's a nice slogan that gets thrown around, but I don't think it does our political atmosphere any good to use terms that don't accurately describe the real situation. But being in opposition, I empathize with my Conservative colleagues when we talk about, fighting to make sure we have enough time to properly debate bills. I wanted to preface my proposal by saying this. Often when bills come to committee, just your garden variety bill that we've not seen before, had any study, they're fresh, we don't know much about it, and we really need to hear from a broad variety of stakeholders and probe new concepts in order to do our job properly at committee. A budget, to me, is a bit of a different type of bill. First of all, you have pre-budget hearings, and I haven't had the pleasure of sitting in on them, but I have commiserated and watched many previous finance critics as they go through days and days and days and travel across the country of pre-budget hearings. So that happens where we hear from stakeholders. I presume it happened with this budget too. Then we had the pre-budget major announcements. I remember a day when budgets were secret until they were announced in the House. That started under the Conservatives, actually. It's been a slow erosion of that over the last, I'd say, 10 years. But in this case here, we did see major announcements made about the budget for several weeks in advance. Then we saw the budget itself. I mean, I think we have to all acknowledge that we have a 416-page document that has been published that contains pretty much everything about the budget. So we've had a chance to have that, to read that and study it. We've had budget lockups. Then we had budget briefings. Then we had the Ways and Means motion that's been tabled. And I had briefings, I'm sure we all did, we were offered those on that. So when this Budget Implementation Act comes to this committee, it's a little disingenuous to suggest that this is brand new, we have to probe in all sorts of interesting areas. We're well aware of what's in this budget. We're well aware of what we like and, more importantly, what we don't like. And we're prepared in a way that we're not for any other bill to probe in those areas. We don't need 65 meetings on this budget, given that preparatory work that goes into the preparation of this budget. Like we would on other things, like you get something like medical assistance in dying or something, that can take months and months and months, and it should, to canvass. I do note that in C-59, that was my inauguration of this committee, we had 20 hours of hearing. I have to say that with that 20 hours, I think I've said this before, I did notice that there was a lot of repetitive testimony. We were hearing from multiple witnesses who were saying the same thing over and over again. And I think that easily could have been cut easily by 50%, maybe more. And we still would have got the thrust of the testimony. There were amendments made, I think, from all parties that were well crafted and made the bill better. So I think that was important to do. I do have to correct a couple of things that my Conservative colleague has said. I think he said that the Harper government balanced its budget. Well, I happen to have been in the House for from 2008 to 2015. I missed 2006. But actually, the truth is that the Harper government had 7 consecutive deficits in a row, and only tabled what they claimed to be a balanced budget in year 8, which was the election year. And I think that turned out to be a deficit budget when the numbers rolled in anyway. So I just have to correct that for the record. I'm not taking a shot, but whether a budget was balanced or not is a matter of numbers and fact, and that's just the fact. I just also want to say that in terms of this budget, I don't share a lot of the perspectives and reasons and policies of my Conservative colleagues. I do agree that the budget is very important. I think we come at it from different ends, and I also very much share my colleague's eloquent description of the difficulty that many Canadians are facing right now. There's no question about that. I don't know if I would say that Canada can be in a recession, but Canadians are. I'm going to have to ponder that one for a while. I don't think they can, but I can say that millions and millions of Canadians, particularly low and middle income Canadians, are struggling. I'm not sure everybody is. I think that there's a sector, maybe the top quartile of this population is probably doing very well, maybe better than normal. but for millions of Canadians, they're not. So I come to the complete opposite conclusion of my Conservative colleague, though, and that is I think that those people need assistance as fast as possible. This budget has things like pharmacare. Now, I am biased and I'm shaped by the 8 years I spent as health critic, and I heard too many stories of people suffering, living with diabetes, type 1 and type 2, through no choice of their own, who are out of pocket thousands of dollars every year, and they're also struggling with high costs of food and rent, etc., the same kind of people that my colleague accurately described. This pharmacare legislation that's, this money that's in the bill and the legislation that's in the House, which, by the way, the Conservatives are holding up, are trying to block right now. If that legislation passes and it gets royal assent by the end of June, you can have the federal government negotiating with provinces as early as July and August that will result in free diabetes medication. That's insulin. I negotiated the formulary, 11 kinds of insulin, SDGI inhibitors, life-saving medication for free, including the devices, needles and syringes, test strips, pumps, and continuous glucose monitors. I heard from stories of people who have children who are 5 years old. Parents have to wake their child up every hour and a half at night. Imagine waking your child up at 1 in the morning, and then 2:30 in the morning, and then 4 in the morning, and then going to work. Never mind the trouble with the child, because you're not sure that their blood sugar levels are going to spike in the middle of the night. This legislation would deliver them a continuous glucose monitor and an insulin pump, so that child can sleep through the night. And those parents don't have to go to work, sleep deprived the next day. Never mind the out-of-pocket expenses, because you know what parents do now? If they're not covered for that, they'll buy that glucose monitor for their child. Who wouldn't here? And you know what that costs them? Thousands of dollars. So when we talk about giving Canadians economic relief right now, what about that? That's in this budget. $1.5 billion in this budget to fund those programs that we want the federal government to be negotiating, as I want them to be negotiating yesterday. And the Conservatives are blocking the legislation in the House for pharmacare and the bill that would finance it. Here. It is a school nutrition program. We're talking about the high cost of food. Well, my primary concern for children is I don't want a single kid in this country in grade 3 sitting at a desk trying to learn math or trying to read when their stomach is hurting them. But in addition to that, the health and the learning issues with the children, families struggling with high food costs, what could be better right now to relieve their budget than to know that when their child goes to school, they know their child is getting a hot, nutritious meal in the middle of the day. That's one meal 5 times a week. That's one meal taken off their budget. And if you have multiple children, you got 2-3 children, 10, 15 lunches you don't have to pay for. Now, the families I represent in Vancouver Kingsway, which is a working class neighborhood, okay, if you're struggling on a total median household income of $64,000 a year, that one measure alone might be the difference. And the Conservatives are holding this up. They want to have debate on this. Then we have, billions of dollars of affordable housing expenditure in here. I've said this before, there's 10,000 issues in politics, we all know that. Some are foundational, some are existential, and housing is one of them. Because housing anchors you. It anchors you in your community. It anchors you in terms of your work life, your community, your neighbors, your children's school. It anchors you. And too many Canadians can't find a decent place to rent or buy for love or money. And this has been going on for decades. I'm going to say this. This didn't start in 2015. I've been in Vancouver for 40 years. Okay, you couldn't buy an affordable house or rent an affordable house 20 years ago. Or 15 years ago, for that matter. Holy mackerel. I'll show you housing prices from 2010 that not a single person in this room could afford on our incomes. $4 million for a house on the Vancouver's west side that people bought for $60,000 30 years ago. That's the reality. So this budget has money for that. It has critical Indigenous services investments. I want to talk just for a moment about the Indigenous people in this country. If there's one group of people in this country that is suffering more than any other, it's got to be Canada's First Peoples. And this budget has billions of dollars that ought to be flowing. So, I think we have to find a balance here. The balance has to be, how can we preserve our role here to do a proper dive into this bill, given that we all know what's in it, we know where we want to probe, and to get this out. Budgets are different. No government, not a conservative government I've ever seen, and not one that we'll see in the future, will want a budget held up for 3 months while it's debated. This budget was tabled earlier in April. We all know that this budget has to be passed by the end of June. And I will talk for just a moment about the business community in this country. Again, if I've heard one thing more consistently from the business community over my time in politics, it's this: they want certainty. They can deal with a wide variety of policies from the left or the right, but what they do need is they need certainty. So in a time of economic uncertainty, and we're all aware of the problems that our business community is facing with productivity, lack of investment in machinery, equipment, technology, and research. We want to hasten the transition to a more sustainable economy. We know the tax credits. I had a brief chat with an opportunity to ask some questions about the hydrogen and clean technology tax credits. We heard this in the fall economic statement testimony, that businesses are waiting for this. So I do think, I'm going to say this, I do think that the meetings that are proposed in this motion don't give quite enough time. I'm going to put it in terms of formal amendment, but I thought I would just share this with my colleagues first, that my calculations of the witness time for this, as it has been proposed, is, in theory, 2 hours today, 2 hours on Thursday. That's 4 hours. And then we had the 21st and the 23rd. This motion proposes another 4 hours for those. That would make a total of 8 hours. I don't think that's sufficient. So what I'm thinking is that we do our 2 hours today, we do our 2 hours on Thursday. I think on the 21st and 23rd, I think we should schedule 6 hours each of those meetings. On the 21st and the 23rd. That would bring us up to 16 hours. Yeah, 12 and the 4 we have this week. So that's 16. I go back to what I said. We had 15.5 last year. We had 18 the year before that. That puts us in the normative range for budgets, right smack in there. And it still preserves our ability to have the clause by clause starting the week of the 27th, I think the bill has. And we can get this bill out of this committee by the end of the month and into the Senate by the beginning of June. So I would also say, I know that the Conservatives really want to call Mark Carney, and I think they referred to him as Governor Carney. I don't know if that's proper to call him Governor Carney. He's no longer governor. He's a private citizen. To me, they could call him, if they want to call witnesses, like once we get this set, we'll all be able to call witnesses that we want to come testify in the budget. I fully invite my colleagues to call Mr. Carney as a witness if they wish to. That would get him earlier. I know this programming motion would have, I wanted to point out as well, something that's not been pointed out, is that it gives every party something in June that we wanted. It has 2 meetings on the housing study that I think my predecessor Daniel Blakey had started, 2 hours on the green financing, which I think the Liberals like, and 2 hours on the inflation study, which I think the Conservatives want. I also thought there's a built-in time then for calling Mr. Carney as well on inflation, because I think it was his remarks on inflation, nothing's that spurred their interest. So there's a couple different points there to call Mr. Carney if they want to. I have said before, I know there's a concern if Mr. Carney doesn't come. Well, that happens in this place, and we know what the remedy for that is. But we can get to that at the time. I don't know that Mr. Carney won't come, but I think there's an opportunity to call him. Let me see. Yeah, I think that pretty much covers what I wanted to say. I want to thank my colleague for ceding the floor and letting me have a chance to give my say. So that's where I think we can, if we can sort of, I won't put it, I don't know if you want me to put it in the form of amendment. I'm happy to. Maybe I will, just to see. So I'll for just for pro forma purposes, I will. So I'll move to amend the motion, if I could, to add to make the meetings on the 21st and 23rd 6 hours each. And I think that's the only amendment that's necessary. I think to add the hours that are needed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Davies. I'm just going to look at the clerk. So with what MP Davies has proposed, is that like a friendly amendment? Is that what you're proposing? Is that what we
as friendly as it gets?
Okay. Yeah. So as amendment, like we would need to incorporate that UC if we have UC for that. We don't have UC at this time to do that. So, do you want an official amendment?
I do.
Okay.
I will move it as an official amendment.
As an official amendment. Okay. So we have the official amendment, and so I have now on our list MP Zerowitz, then Howland, then Morantz, and MP Albus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to join everyone today. But usually, after a motion has been made, usually there's debate around the amendment, right? Usually.
Yeah, I'm giving a list right now, and I'm going to ask members first if everybody's good to allow the officials to get on with their day, and to leave the meeting. Yes, officials. Okay, you may leave. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, wouldn't you reset the speakers list because a motion's been made?
we're going to the speakers list. Now I see I have a number of different lists here that have come up. So what I'm going to do is I hope I get this as right as I can. I do have MP Saint-Marie, MP Zerowitz, and MP Albus.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
So I did ask for a point of order in regards to when an amendment is usually made, then a new speakers list is done, and you have not ruled on that point of order.
Well, my understanding is, as looking at all committees, it is done in many different ways, and it is at the discretion of the chair. So this is the list I'm going with. I'm going with MP Saint-Marie, MP Zerowitz, and then.
So essentially, what you're saying is that someone who would put their hand up on a previous question now must answer Mr. Davies' amendment. Okay.
What I'm saying is that when we were in the midst of the discussion, I didn't see all the hands that were up, that weren't up, etc. I've conferred with the clerks, and the list that I'm going with are, as I see, MP Saint-Marie, MP Zerowitz, MP Albus. Okay. And with MP Saint-Marie, please.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had raised my hand to reply to Mr. Davies' amendment. I want to thank him for his efforts in achieving some kind of consensus or compromise as to the length. I think that's okay in terms of the number of hours, but the problem remains on the issue of delays or timelines. In the original motion, there's something about the amendments being submitted at 5 p.m. at the latest on the 23rd. If we said 6 hours of testimony on Thursday, May 23rd, and at the same time we'd have a time limit for submitting the written amendments, and that's a problem. Often with the amendments, we work on them with the law clerks of the House, based on the testimony that we've heard. It has to be studied from a legal standpoint by these law clerks to make sure that the amendment as drafted meets the goal, and that it be done appropriately, and that it be then sent to translation. So we have a timeline problem. I can't see how we can do our job without extending, at least by 1 week, all of these timelines so that we can get to an opportunity to fully study the bill and fully draft the amendments and vote on them. I understand the issue of the riding week. It's important. We know in May and June, that's really where community groups have activities in our riding. And we're in the House a lot, so that doesn't leave us a lot of time to go hear from the people in our riding and listen to their questions. So if we are going to talk about that week, I would suggest that at least we postpone the entire process by 1 week so that we have time to hear from the witnesses and that we can then draft the amendments. I can't see how we could do that without having an additional week to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, merci, MP Saint-Marie. I'm going to go to MP Zerowitz now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to, just for the record, say I was on the previous list before Mr. Davies made his amendment. I was next on the list, but then I put my hand up again for this amendment, and I did come in after Monsieur Saint-Marie, and so I was indeed second on the list. So I just want to say thank you so much, and I always like hearing the wise wisdom of my colleague, Monsieur Saint-Marie. I always like to hear his thoughts. So the first thing I'm going to say is I very much agree with Mr. Davies' suggestion. I'm not sure how he did this, but I think he was stealing all my notes because virtually just about all of his comments that he was making before was just about everything I was going to mention. So we are very aligned. But so I will say, first, I appreciated Mr. Davies come up looking at how many hours we considered the BIA last year as well as in 2022. And indeed, his proposal does keep us in line with that. So I want to let Mr. Davies know that I'm very much in agreement with what he has proposed for the week of May the 20th. I would say to you that regarding Mr. Samari's comment around there would then have to be a bit of an adjustment around possible amendments. And I think that is something we have to think about as we are moving towards what is the final schedule between on this Budget Implementation Act. The second thing I will also indicate is, and I'm glad Mr. Davies has brought this up, we do have a reality of we only have about 7 weeks left, and we do have to pass the budget before the end of June for all the outstanding reasons, not only my colleague, Mr. Turnbull, has made, but also the excellent comments that Mr. Davies made in terms of the importance of various aspects of the bill. And there are a number of things I could put on the table as well that are important to my writing, but I will leave it as I pretty much agree 100% with both colleagues and their excellent lists. And I would also say, I would encourage us to try to reach some sort of a consensus today. We do not want to be losing the opportunity to be hearing from our Minister of Finance and our Deputy Prime Minister this Thursday. If I heard Mr. Turnbull correctly, she is available this Thursday. I tend to like to have our minister at the front end when we are considering the Budget Implementation Act. It allows us the opportunity to be asking some questions of her, getting some of her thoughts before we continue to delve into asking more specific questions into each of the sections of the Budget Implementation Act. Agree with Mr. Davies. I think that Mr. Samari made some thoughtful comments just about timelines for the amendments that I think we have to consider. I do know that we all appreciate that we have a timeline to getting this budget passed, and there's only so many weeks left. And I would ask for all of my colleagues' consideration that we find a solution today to this because we do want our Minister of Finance in on Thursday. And we want to get going on the testimony. There is a lot of excellent sections to this Budget Implementation Act. And I know I have a lot of questions that I really would like to delve into. And so hope that we could reach some sort of an agreement today. Thanks so much, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, MP Zarowitz. And now we'll go to MP Albus, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be just very brief here. This particular omnibus piece of legislation, I'm very surprised that the NDP have said that they're wanting to see this process go so quickly. There's, 50 plus divisions that are in here. The Ways and Means motion typically allows for CRA to start acting as if the legislation has passed. So if there's any changes to tax laws that are within the BIA, those would already be considered implemented by the CRA. And from my scanning of the BIA, and I always stand to be corrected because I believe MP Davies, and congratulations to him as becoming their finance critic, that I think that when we talk about that this budget, this bill allows for the budget to go through, that's not quite right. The supply process is typically what funds the initiatives of the government, and quite honestly, the government can give money to whichever province that it wants. That's something that it already has a clear area on, and those are usually addressed through the estimates process. The BIA itself, if you look in here, Mr. Chair, there are areas about giving $100 million authorities to those that regulate our banks. There are so many things, CMHC changes, there are so many things, change to the criminal code, money laundering, etc., that I really think that this whole thing that we have to get this all wrapped up by the end of June really denotes a sense that the government is dictating to Parliament rather than the government coming before Parliament and saying, here's what we would like to discuss. So I know there's going to be a lot of other commentary and a lot of other issues. I just wanted to flag those things that ultimately the government will have through CRA its tax authority, and most of the money that the government plans on spending, because that's really what I believe this government cares about, is already handled through the supply process. And for members to be conflating the two, I think, does a disservice not only to our committee and this particular committee, but also just creates a little bit more of a wrong idea about how the Budget Implementation Act, what it's there to do, what it's not there to do, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Albus, and any other speakers on the amendment? Oh. Okay, so it goes to a vote.
Sure.
Yep.
I
On the
just want to
amendment?
make sure I'm first on the list after the amendment vote.
After the, yes.
Yep.
We'll go to a vote on the
Thank you.
amendment.
Mr. Baker,
In favor.
Mr. Shahal,
In favor.
Ms. Thompson,
In favor.
Mr. Turnbull,
In favor.
Mr. Weiler,
In favor.
Mr. Albus,
Yes.
Mr. Halan,
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence,
En favor.
Mr. Saint Mary,
Oui.
Mr. Davies. Did I skip you, Mr. Morans?
Yes, you did.
Okay, Mr. Morans.
I am in favor.
Yeas pour 11, 11, nays contre 0.
Okay, it's unanimous, passes, and now we are back to the main motion as amended. Yep, main motion as amended, and I do have a speakers list. I've got MP Howland. I think it was no, MP Lawrence. Oh, Morantz, and then Lawrence. Okay, MP Howland, MP Morantz, and then MP Lawrence. MP Howland.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
First, I'd just like to address some of the comments that were made today, in particular, one by Mr. Turnbull about, like, I think usually in the past we've had negotiations outside of committee sometimes if things don't get resolved, and in this case there is no discussion. We were not reached out to whatsoever, and I'm surprised to know that Mr. Davies actually got this amendment before all of us, and he admitted that. So, you know, when it does bring up the question about this coalition, Kalsi Carbon Tax Coalition, it just makes it more and more clear to us, at least, that there is a coalition, not just in this committee, but outside. So, I would like to propose an amendment to the motion as amended. And before I do that, I would like to say, in the spirit of collaboration for Bill C-59, Mr. Davies' request was to let's get this passed as soon as possible. And I will remind him that I ended up pulling my two amendments at the end so we could, you know, group the rest of the clauses, and we passed it right away in that collaboration. You know, and that's why we got to this point, and we did help to pass his amendment. That's good. We should have some more witnesses. So I'd like to make an amendment, and there's a few of them. So I'd like to speak on them after I've given them. So under number 2, after the 23rd, I'd like to add the two dates 28th and 30th. In section 3, I'd like to add, remove the date and put May 30th instead of the current date. For number 4, I'd like to change the date on there, the first date, to June the 3rd, and strike everything after where it says resources on the day. So strike everything after that. For number 4, I would like to, after where it says Bill C-69, add in 4 meetings on its study of proceeds of crime and money laundering. And before you do that, strike everything before that and replace it with that. So following the completion of the study of Bill C-69, strike out everything and add in 4 meetings on its study of proceeds of crime and money laundering. And I think we've distributed, or we're going to distribute the, so I believe it's been sent to you.
Has it been sent? Yes. Okay. Not be distributed, it's only in English. We do not have the translation,
Okay.
French.
So, yeah, I want to move it still, but I'd like to speak on it if that's okay. And in the meantime,
You're speaking to your amendment.
yeah, my amendment.
Yeah, you,
Yeah,
could,
okay.
you could continue to
So-
speak to it, but it can't be distributed to members without
Okay.
being in both official languages.
Okay. So the reason why, colleagues, I'd like to add these two dates is because I think that we would like to have more witnesses come here, as was noted many times before. This is a 660-page budget, quite extensive, and I think that there is a will, I would hope, in this room to be able to have more witnesses. I think my friend Gabriel, he expressed this as well, that he would like to see, he suggested a postponement by 1 week. I think we could agree, and in that spirit, that's why I added the two dates of the 28th and the 30th. And subsequently, that's why the other dates that I moved forward is to accommodate that, because I fully agree with Mr. Samari about having 1 more week of witnesses, and so it would just shift those dates for amendments 1 week forward. So May the 30th, we can make the amendments, and clause by clause start would be no later than June 30th. It's June 3rd at 12 p.m. And typically, as we know, opposition parties don't always agree to an end date, but we could definitely agree to start it then and there. The one that's really important, I think, is this number 4 that we wanted to amend. We all received, and the chair received a letter from Chrystia Freeland, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, on October 6, 2023. And it was her request she needed assistance with the 4th 5-year parliamentary review of the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Act. So she requested this, and this was last year in October. She also said the last review was completed November 2018. So at this point, this is a very, very important topic, and my colleague and friend, Mr. Chambers, also put a motion on notice as well in regards to this, because right now, just in the last few days, it just goes to show how important this study is. I'm going to read some headlines with regards to TD Bank. TD probe tied to laundering drug money, says Wall Street Journal. TD Bank could face more severe penalties after drug money laundering allegations, says analyst. Bank could face worst case scenario after report connects TD to illicit fentanyl profits. These fines could hit up to $2 billion. TD Bank hit with $9.2 million penalty for failing to report suspicious transactions. This is all getting worse, and we know there's an opioid crisis, so this could possibly be tied into that. We also are seeing things like extortions, car thefts, that all could be also tied into money laundering. And the proceeds of crime that are taking place under this government. That's why I think it's more important than ever. But we never hear the Liberals or the NDP talking about this, that how important this is, even though the finance minister has requested this committee to study that.
Adam Chambers talks about it all the time.
Yeah, my friend Adam Chambers talks about that all the time. And he's right. He's right. These headlines for TD are just from days ago. This is how serious this issue is. And so I think if we're going to be planning, I think that we need to add these into into the amendment, just so that it gets passed. If we're all going to decide, and if we want to keep this so-called spirit of collaboration, which I feel like the Liberals and the NDP have broken, then I feel that this could be a good compromise as well, because this is important for Canadians. The amount of extortions. I actually visited a trucking company, and I saw the video and heard the audio first of someone who was trying to extort money out of him. And they said, "We will shoot your house up next week." They didn't comply. These people live in fear. the family had to separate and live in separate hotel rooms so they can't be seen together. And then the next video he showed me was of a car pulling up and shooting at his house. And after that meeting, we went outside into the parking lot, and he showed us his 2 cars that were fitted with bulletproof windows. This is the state of Canada after 9 years of Justin Trudeau and with the help of the NDP. This is what's happening. Common Sense Conservatives put forward a bill, a private member's bill from Tim Uppal, from our deputy leader, who had to put forward a bill because this current government is not serious about crime. The soft on crime policies are the reason why things have gotten so bad in this country. And so he put a bill forward on extortion because if this government's not going to act, then we might as well before Pierre Poilievre becomes prime minister. And so it just goes to show how bad of state this country is in after 9 years. You know, many people left where they came from to come for a safer future for them and their kids here. Many immigrants risked it all, left everything behind to come here. And they come here and they get hit with high taxes, crime like we've never seen before, drugs, chaos, crime all over the place. They get hit with double the rent. You know, we're hearing about international students living under bridges in tents, nurses and teachers that are living in their cars because after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, housing costs have doubled. So they leave everything to come here, they risk it all, and then they ask themselves, what the hell did we leave our country for in the first place? It's even worse here. These are the kind of comments that we get when we talk to Canadians and we're traveling around the country. Every single place we go to, we hear about these kind of stories. And then they ask about what did we do wrong or what did we do before? We were always heating our house. We were always filling up our gas. We would get groceries like anyone else, but what is this carbon tax? We've been doing things the way we've always been doing them, and now they get hit by a carbon tax that makes everything more expensive. And so it just goes to show that you could risk it all, leave it, and come here, but under this current government, there's no way you can succeed. And this budget does nothing to help those people either. It does absolutely nothing for them. In fact, it just raises their taxes, which this government is known to do no matter what. And, you know, so that's why I think it's important that we have more witnesses so the government can clearly hear from people about the suffering, because obviously they're not talking to their constituents. So we might as well have more witnesses here to have them hear from everyday Canadians about how bad their policies are and how negatively impactful they are to their lives. And I think it's very important that we actually follow up with what the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister has asked for as well, with the proceeds of crime and money laundering, that we act on that right away so more people don't have to face extortion because they know under this current government and with the support of the NDP that they don't feel safe in this country anymore. That was one example I gave of a company, of a family that we visited. And there are numerous others across the country that are facing the same thing. They're too scared to speak up because they know under this current government, nothing happens. If you commit a crime, you can literally commit a crime in the morning, and because of failed policies, these soft on crime policies under this government, that you commit a crime in the morning, you're off in the afternoon, commit another crime, and you're out in the evening again. There's no justice for people.
Alan, we're going to, because some members I know have SOs, etc., we're going to suspend now. We'll be back in the afternoon, later in the afternoon. And MP Howland last had the floor, then I had MP Morantz, then MP Lawrence.
Mr.
Mr. Allen, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Okay.
MP Allen, you have the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see my my friend Marty Morantz is next, so I will concede my time to him.
Okay. So MP Morantz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the fact that we just had to suspend to go up to question period, I thought it would be appropriate just for those watching to not take a lot of time, but some time recapping where we're at.
Good idea.
So essentially what happened earlier today was that a Liberal member proposed a motion, a programming motion, we call them, basically to set out for the committee what we're going to be meeting on through to just before the summer. And it was unfortunate because that member never spoke to Conservative members on the committee about that they were even going to do this. So, but what was really surprising, because I know they talk a lot about working together, and why can't we just all get along? But what they did was, and it's kind of sneaky, Mr. Chair, they actually gave a copy of the motion to the NDP member of this committee last night. I know that because he told us. And he had a chance to read it, and obviously the Liberals must have been working on it for a while and said, well, wanted to make sure that they had the votes to carry it. So they, instead of coming to us to see if we might support something like that, or at least talk about, what we're going to do the next couple of months, they just went to their coalition partner and said, oh, vote for this. And he was happy to oblige them. So, but just to recap, so people who are watching understand, I think it would be appropriate just to go through that motion. I know Mr. Halland proposed some amendments, so I'm going to try and capture the motion with those amendments. So it starts off with the sentence, as relates to the committee's future business, to be agreed that. So the future business that they're talking about are the meetings that are going to take place over the next 5 or 6 weeks through to the end of June, when the House will rise for the summer. And then it says item 1. Item 1 says that the committee dedicate its meeting on Thursday, May 9th, which is in just a couple days, to hearing from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and officials on the subject matter study of Bill C-69. Now, on that clause, it seems reasonable on the face of it, but what's really sad about it is that it talks about meeting with officials. And what I think folks watching need to understand is that we had 10 Finance Committee officials in this room this morning, sitting right here. I know myself, I was burning the midnight oil preparing my questions. Apparently, the Liberals and Mr. Davies were burning the midnight oil cooking up a programming motion plot which has thrust this committee into filibuster. It's really too bad. It's really, really unfortunate. But in any event, we had them here, and I had questions. I had questions about the short-term rentals, and I had questions about the journalism tax credit and the so-called independent advisory board, a board which is appointed by the partisan Liberal cabinet. How independent could it possibly be? I had a question about it, but I didn't get to ask it. You know why? Because the Liberals proposed a unilateral programming motion without consulting us. And so here we are. I had questions about the small business carbon rebate, for example. Why is it only given to CCPCs? Now, for those watching, I know there's a lot of acronyms we throw around at this committee, but that stands for Canadian Controlled Private Corporation. But it completely ignores sole proprietors and partnerships who are apparently left out. At least that's the question I wanted to ask to clarify, but I never got the chance to ask it because the Liberals decided to blow up the committee today, and it's really just a very unfortunate set of circumstances, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask about the underused housing tax credit. I was curious about, for example, it's been in place for 3 years. I was curious as to whether or not anyone had paid the $10,000 fine that they're now backing off of. They're reducing it to $2,000. Those people get their money back. I was going to ask that. I want to ask about the $5,000 fine that individuals were getting for not meeting their filing requirements, which they're now backing off of as well. So another messed up file by the Liberals, the underused housing tax, that's for sure. I was going to ask a couple other things. I was going to ask about the AMT, the alternative minimum tax, and what they call tax relief. Only in Liberal land can a tax increase be tax relief, Mr. Chair. The excise tax went up by 2%, and they cast it in as tax relief. It's really amazing how the mental gymnastics you have to go through to increase a tax and call it tax relief. It's quite astounding. But I wanted to ask about that, but I didn't get the chance. So here we are. It's only a 600-page bill, by the way, with 468 clauses. And so there's, lots of ground to cover. It's an omnibus bill, which is always problematic. And there's things in there amending the criminal code. I don't know, like people might wonder, why is the criminal code being amended at the Finance Committee? But there's all kinds of things in there that really shouldn't be in a budget bill, but it's what the government does when they, want to get everything, including the kitchen sink, through the House of Commons. They throw it into a budget bill. That's how we wound up with the SNC-Lavalin scandal, by the way. People, people shouldn't forget. We need to remind them regularly. I know Mr. Erskine Smith remembers it very well, that the clause to provide a deferred prosecution agreement was buried in a bill like this at the Finance Committee. What was it doing there? I don't know. Probably the committee members didn't even know what it was doing there. Maybe they asked a question. I wasn't elected then. Maybe somebody asked a question about it, but no one thought that there would be a clause put in a budget bill that would be for the benefit of one single corporation. But there was, and so that's why it's important that we have the opportunity to ask questions about these bills. And that's a question I asked last year, and I'd like to ask it again. Is there a clause, one of these 468 clauses in this 659-page bill that is for the specific benefit of one company or one person? But again, I didn't get the chance to ask that question this morning. So that's item one of the motion. So lots to unpack there, but I'm going to move on to item two. So item two says in the committee dedicate its regular meetings on May 9th, 21st, and 23rd, and then Mr. Halland's amendment, the 28th and 30th, 2024, to consideration of the subject matter study of Bill C-69, barring referral of the bill to committee, and that all evidence gathered as part of the pre-study be considered as evidence in the committee's full study of the bill once referred to committee. And then there's three, that any amendments to the bill be submitted no later than 5 p.m. on Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Clause 4, clause by clause consideration of the bill start no later than 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on June 3rd, 2024, and that the chair be empowered to set up extended hours and request additional House resources on that day. And Mr. Halland has asked that the rest of that clause be struck. What he's asking to be struck, so because it's important that folks watching know what we're voting on, are the following words. If the committee has not completed clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 11 a.m. on May 28th, 2024, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successfully without further debate on all remaining clauses and proposed amendments, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, as well as all questions necessary to report the bill to the House and to order the chair to report the bill to the House as soon as possible. So if this motion as amended were to pass, those words would be struck. Then there's clause 5. Following the completion of the study of Bill C-69, 2 meetings on its study on the financialization of housing, followed by no less than 2 meetings to consider the draft report on the current state of play on green finance, green investment, transition finance, and transparency standards and taxonomy. Those words would be struck under Mr. Hlon's amendment. And then 6, the committee dedicated its regular meetings on the week of June 17th, 2024, on the committee study on inflation in the current economy. Now, the provision I want to circle back to is 2. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about whether we could have Mark Carney appear at this committee. And I just note that I'm assuming Mr. Davies will support this idea because just last week he said, I look forward to Mr. Carney coming to this committee at the appropriate time, in the appropriate study, which can happen in the next 2 months. So he's on side with the idea of Mr. Carney coming to this committee. Now, why are Conservatives asking for this? Well, Mr. Carney's been on the lecture circuit. He's been making speeches. He's been making speeches on government policy. He's been critical of government policy in some aspects and supportive in others. He supports the inflationary deficit spending of this government, a government that doubled the national debt in 8 years. Quite a feat. The total federal debt from 1867 to the day this government was elected in 2015 was $616 billion.
Sounds like a lot.
Yeah. Now it's over 1.2 trillion. It's really astounding. The fiscal irresponsibility of this government. Mr. Carney supports those deficits, though, apparently from his speeches. He also supports the carbon tax, and it's another reason we'd like to have him here, because I think Canadians deserve to know how much he wants to jack up the carbon tax on them. So, there's questions that we would have for him, and it's also clear Mr. Carney wants to be the leader of the Liberal Party. He is anything but a random Liberal. He is likely the next leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, and I think Canadians deserve to hear what he thinks, and that's why we'd like him to come to this committee so we can ask him a few questions. But it is clear that he is angling for that position. I mean, he may not want to axe the tax, Mr. Chair, but it's very clear he wants to axe the Prime Minister, and so I think if he wants to be the leader of the Liberal Party, it's time for him to come here and answer a few questions. It's not like he hasn't been to Finance Committee before. He was the Governor of the Bank of Canada, so he's very familiar with this environment, and I'm sure he would do quite well here. So with all that, what I'm leading to is I want to introduce a sub-amendment, Mr. Chair. And so my sub-amendment is to clause Roman numeral sub 2. And I'll read it. The words I would like to add come after the words to consideration of the subject matter study of Bill C-69, comma. It's after the comma that I would like to add the following words. The week of the 28th, one meeting be dedicated to hearing from the Minister of Finance for 2 hours, and one meeting be dedicated to hear from Mark Carney for 3 hours, comma, and then the rest of the clause starting with the word barring referral to the last word of the clause being the word committee would remain intact. So again, inserting the words after Bill C-69, comma, the week of the 28th, one meeting be dedicated to hearing from the Minister of Finance for 2 hours, and one meeting be dedicated to hear from Mark Carney for 3 hours. I presume, I don't know if this has been circulated yet, if the clerk has seen it and that's in translated form. I'm getting the thumbs up, so we've met all of our procedural obligations with respect to this amendment. And so I'm putting that sub-amendment on the floor for further consideration, and I'm sure it will be an interesting debate. And so with that, I'm going to cede the floor for the time being to the next speaker, but I'm going to ask my friend, Mr. Greffier, to add my name back on the speakers list for later. Thank you.
Mr. Roger? Greffier, what?
Mr. Clerk.
Oh, okay. Clerk with the clerk. Okay, that's in the clerk in French. Yeah. So we have next on our list. Thank you, MP Morantz. We have MP Kirk, then MP Saint-Marie, MP Goodridge, and then MP Davies.
Sorry, point
What's that?
point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of
Just so just to confirm, the sub amendment to the amendment is in order.
It is. That's what I've heard. Clerk. Okay. Suspend.
Chair, just to and I know some chairs do on the same point of order. Just to clarify, is there a new speaking list, or do you continue the same speaking list? I'm just curious as to what the tradition of the Finance Committee is. I'm not a regular member of this committee, but happy to take guidance. I would like to be put on the speaking list if it is a new one, and if not, I think I'm on.
Speaking list, so it's you're next.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I appreciate that, and if I could stay as on the speaking list to the previous one as well. And look, my friend and colleague, Mr. Morantz, I think did a great job outlining some of the aspects of what has led us to the debate today. And I won't get too much into the details of because there may be a chance later on in the meeting to talk about the backroom deal, the not giving notice, the fact that we had officials here, and some of it was just unfortunate. I know quite often in the House we do hear how the government is quick to say, well, committees are masters of their own domain, yet it certainly seems that there is a puppet master sometimes pulling the strings. But I won't get into the details of that. But I think it's very prescient, the issue that Mr. Morantz has brought forward as and I'm going to first talk about this from I'm going to, and some of my colleagues may find this a little bit hard to believe, but I'm just going to put the contemporary political situation aside for just a moment, if I could, and outline why I think that there is relevance to adding Mr. Carney, and I'll get to the politics of that here in a moment. But when one looks at Mark Carney's past and his history, certainly there is a finance and Mr. Carney have gone hand in hand throughout his entire life, and it's interesting because he has done terms not only as governor of the Bank of Canada, but also governor of the Bank of England. And there is a whole lot of commentary I know that's been provided, and certainly there was some very tumultuous times that, and I know having been a member of the Canada-UK Parliamentary Friendship Group, having some of my family members from the UK. In fact, and a congratulations to my cousin who just won one of the council seats, a unitary council seat, Les Fry. Former police inspector Fry just won actually an election as an independent in the Dorset County Unified Council. But so keeping in tune with some of what has transpired in the UK over the last number of years, I think it's interesting because it builds up. I'm not necessarily confident that it's positive attributes to a resume, and I'll get into the politics, as I said here in a moment. But I would think that when it comes to being able to hear about, in light of the issues that we're talking about, a former governor of not only the Bank of Canada, but governor of the Bank of England, and just going through his resume, there's not only has he had experience in private sector Finance, working with Goldman Sachs, and I believe in a number of locations and in their global offices. Certainly, it's certainly not locations that the middle class would and somebody in the middle class would move around to. You know, we've got Boston, New York, Toronto, Tokyo, but there certainly is a lot of experience there. And so spent I believe over a decade with Goldman Sachs. Spent a number of years at the Department of Finance, and then what was interesting is that in the precursor to Mr. Carney's appointment as Governor of the Bank of Canada, I know there was a whole host of conversations. In fact, it was a minority parliament and under a former Prime Minister, Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper, that oversaw that appointment, and I know that, you know, especially in a minority parliament, Mr. Harper took it very serious. In fact, he was able to govern, if you can believe this, Chair. Not to go on too much of a tangent, but former Prime Minister Harper was able to govern for 5 years without a coalition arrangement, without a confidence and supply arrangement, and did a tremendous amount of good work for our country, set our economy on a good footing, including during what were some of the most trying times economically, certainly in a very, very long time. So I think there's a certain level of relevance to the conversation of having Mr. Carney be able to be questioned. Now, I know I did watch when he came to committee. I'd be probably 2.5 years ago. I know it was in the height of the pandemic, and I'm not sure that he would necessarily be thrilled to come back. Oh, well, Mr. Erskine Smith is getting all kinds of shout outs today, but he seems to be at those pivotal moments, so maybe look forward to his intervention shortly here before he said he has to head to another commitment. But to Chair, I think that it speaks to and now to start to get into some of the political dynamics that we shouldn't be afraid of asking some hard opinions and being able to question those that seem to be asked for their advice on significant matters. And here's where there's an intersection from Mr. Carney's resume to where Mr. Carney seems to be at as what many are suggesting. And this is not simply me as a rural Alberta member of Parliament, but and I'm not the only rural Alberta member of Parliament here. Certainly not the only Alberta member of Parliament here. But it seems that there is a draft Carney campaign, if you will, that there seems to be almost an undertone of so much of how the Liberals are approaching the fledgling leadership of the current Prime Minister, Mr. Trudeau. Down in the polls, frustration that he faces wherever he goes, and it seems that there's even frustration from within the ranks of the Liberal Party, certainly within the backbench. And I would suggest as well, I found it really interesting, and if I could just opine on this for a moment, there's always leadership questions, and that's not specific to one party. One doesn't have to spend much time in Ottawa for that to be the case. But what is very interesting is over the last number of weeks and months, rather, we have seen how there's been some very, very direct conversations about a post-Trudeau Liberal Party. Now, there's kind of, I would suggest, two dynamics to that. One is in the context of speculation from those who are probably not in the inside, so to speak. We have a scathing editorial written from I believe it was a former Liberal Party president, that talked about how Justin Trudeau is dragging the Liberal Party down to the depths of destruction. Now, I'm paraphrasing. I don't have that article right in front of me, but I think it's a fairly accurate depiction of what was a very scathing article about Mr. Trudeau's leadership. But we have other, open questions being asked by the press gallery about Mr. Trudeau's future, and certainly my constituents, they ask me those questions on a regular basis, and I can say confidently that my constituents are ready for a change. They're ready for a new prime minister, and certainly not ready for another Liberal prime minister. And we do have a solution to that, but I want to keep things focused, of course, on the issue at hand with Mr. Carney. But what has been interesting to observe over these last number of months is the how open questions about Mr. Trudeau's future and the leadership of the Liberal Party have not been slapped down, have not been refuted. And I think that if I could suggest, there's maybe a couple of reasons for that. One,
point of order. I think we're still discussing a programming motion for the committee, and
We're on the sub amendment.
on the sub amendment. Sorry, Mr. Carney.
Yes.
But the political future of Mr. Trudeau is relevant to the calling Mr. Carney. I failed to see that. Well, I'd ask for a ruling from the chair as to whether or not that's relevant to the
Thank you,
subject
Mr. Davies, and Mr. Kirk. We just
Because
we want
could
to
talk
keep it
about
relevant to the sub amendment, and to Mr. Carney. If that's what you want to discuss, you could discuss Mr. Carney, and I think that you should stay on topic.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't want to stray too far away from the bounds of what would be relevance. And Chair, the reason why this I think context is very important is because as we are talking about the future political leadership of the country, of course, not only what I suggest is there significant political involvement, and I wasn't privy to the conversations or the heads up that that the Liberals gave to the NDP when it comes to this particular programming motion, nor. I'm certainly not present in the backroom dealings of Liberals contemplating Mr. Trudeau's future, and nor am I aware of what exactly the parameters around Mr. Carney's possible coronation as future leader of the Liberal Party. But why it's so significant is that we have seen, and this is where it really intersects with the true relevance of what we're talking about here, is that the leader of our governments, the Prime Minister, the head of the cabinet, exerts a tremendous amount of control and influence in the context of our governmental system. And I'll spare the committee my feelings on Westminster democracy, but Chair, what I would share simply, and then I look forward to being able to pass it over to my colleagues as well, because I'm sure they'll have more to say about this. But what is the amount of influence and that the leader of the government has, and when we have such open questions surrounding Mr. Trudeau's future, and whether it was Minister LeBlanc not that long ago was openly saying that he was looking into it, and we have Mark Carney who has although denied specific timelines for what a leadership run would look like. He certainly has been seems to be positioning himself, as Mr. Moran's mentioned, on the lecture circuit, talking about all the challenges that and how he would do things differently. So what I think, and the message I hope, and I would hope that we can get support. Certainly, I would hope we can get support from my colleague from the NDP, since it will be call into question, I would suggest, the confidence and supply agreement that they signed with Mr. Trudeau if there was a change in executive leadership in the Liberal Party, resulting in a change in Prime Minister. But we certainly have a lot of questions that need to be asked. There is a host of concerns, and especially how Mr. Carney seems to be very much talking about the matters that are before not just this committee, but the House of Commons. So I think that it makes good sense. It would provide a valuable opportunity, and of course, Chair, as you know, in stewarding these meetings, the neat thing about calling witnesses forward is it is truly one of those few circumstances in parliamentary debate where there is equal opportunity. unlike the bringing forward of this motion. And again, I don't want to get too much because I'll speak to the motion at when more generally when we get to it. But if Mr. Carney was to come, there would be opportunity for all members of this committee. For Canadians watching, it is important to note that when a witness comes, there's agreement amongst the party. Each committee passes a series of guidelines where there's different rounds of questions, and it's distributed amongst the political parties to ensure that there is that equal opportunity to ask those tough questions, to contribute to witnesses. And I think that that would be something certainly that if I could, although somewhat of a terrifying prospect, put myself in the shoes of some Liberal members, certainly I would want to have the opportunity to question somebody who might be their future leader. I would certainly suggest that there would be valuable input that could be provided in terms of the context of having a former, not just Canadian governor, Bank of Canada, rather, governor, but also Bank of England governor. And I think that this is the sort of thing that would provide that opportunity amongst all parties to be able to ensure that there are the ability to get some answers to some very serious questions about where Mr. Carney is trying to lead some of these conversations in his lecture circuit, and to ensure that some larger questions about the future of some of these big economic arguments, because right now it comes down to this. And I would conclude with this, Mr. Chair. The reason why these questions are so important is because Canadians are hurting. You know, when I do a host of town halls across my constituency, around 20 or so a year, and representing about 60 different communities. A few, the larger centers, you know, the communities of 1,000 plus. I get to every year, and then some of the smaller communities, less than 1,000, you know, every 2 or every 3 years. But what I found very, very tragic over the last number of years is how there is pain and hurt beyond what I've certainly seen in rural Alberta. And that's not just me talking as a Conservative MP from rural Alberta, but there is pain. The cost of living, cost of housing, the challenges associated with being able to pay the carbon tax, some of the onerous regulations and red tape that exist in terms of being able to start and sustain a business. What used to be, you know, Canada used to be a country where we hear a lot about where, you know, if you buckled down and worked hard, you could succeed, live out the Canadian dream. And a lot of that has to do with that entrepreneurial spirit, and certainly being from the West, that pioneer mentality. But so much of that has been pulled away from the future of so many Canadians. So I would hope, Chair, that my colleagues from all political parties, but specifically those in the Bloc and the NDP, would support calling Mr. Carney here to be able to have those tough questions, because people at the very root of it are hurting. They are hurting. So why should we deprive them from this chance? What was a frustration? Again, I don't want to get into the too much of the specifics of the motion and the context to which we're debating it. But let's, you know, when life gives you lemons, we're trying to make some lemonade here. Let's get Mr. Carney before this committee. Let's make sure that we can ask some of those tough questions about somebody who seems to be the you know, incoming leader of the governing Liberal Party, although we hope not governing for too much longer. And let's have that opportunity for not just Conservatives to ask questions, but for every party represented in the House of Commons to ask those tough questions. So, Chair, I would simply ask for my name to be put back on the list, because there are a few more things that I'd be happy to share, but look forward to being able to continue the conversation, and hopeful that Mr. Moran's sub-amendment to the amendment to the motion will be successful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MP Couric. I've got MP Samari, MP Goodrich, MP Davies, MP Morantz, MP Couric. MP Samari, please.
Oui, merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to talk about the proposed sub-amendment in the context of the amendment. So a few words about the amendment. The dates that Mr. Allen proposed will allow us to get through C69 more easily. So if the limit is Thursday, May 30th, if the clause by clause we begin by the 3rd of June, then it's not very late and it will add a week to the process. And that's the bare minimum, I would say. When we study the Implementation Act and there's a riding week, we have to meet witnesses, hear from them, and so at the very least we should add a week to this process. Mr. Allen also proposes that we have 4 meetings on the proceeds of crime and money laundering. That is a very important topic that interests me, but there are other issues that were raised as well. So in my opinion, we should have a discussion about this. Now, coming to the sub-amendment, as I said at the last meeting, I'm interested in hearing from Mark Carney, who's an individual that I respect immensely, who has a lot of experience in politics and whose experience is particularly relevant to our committee. However, I hope we can reach an agreement, and throughout these hours of debate, I hope that the parties will be able to negotiate together to reach an agreement. Otherwise, we will hit a dead end, and I can tell you based on past experience, this is what happens every year. And as long as parties are not talking together, then we can't reach an agreement. Now, as for the topics after C69, I'm not as interested in that at the moment, because in its budget, one of the main measures for reducing the deficit is changing the tax treatment for capital gains. This is not in the Budget Implementation Act or C69. So I don't know if you feel this way, but at the block, we've been receiving many calls and requests for meetings about that very topic. There were details in the budget, but we want to make sure that this measure will be fair for everybody, and we want to be able to study this. Will have to be done through another bill, and so we will have to have done this future bill plus C69. If we have to do all of that, then in my opinion that would pretty much fill up our calendar. Mr. Chair, I'd also like to remind our colleagues that this is a little bit like Groundhog Day. The government appointed many parliamentary secretaries, and every time there's a new one, it's like we have to go back to square one. So there's a reply, and then it leads to hours, interminable hours of debate. There has to be negotiation between the different parties, between the Liberals and Conservatives, and I can tell you from experience this can go on for days and days and days. And so I hope that the parties can reach an agreement as quickly as possible so that we can actually work on C69. We spent 1 out of our 2 hours for part 1, the senior officials. I hope that we can move on to the second part. If we reach an agreement before Thursday, then on Thursday we can have the minister for 1 hour and then other officials for the second hour. And I think for part 4 we would require at least 2 hours. So I hope that you've understood my message, and I would urge the Liberals, their parliamentary secretary, and the Conservatives to negotiate quickly, and during that time, Mr. Chair, I would ask for the debate to be adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. So you're going to take the vote? Okay. Yeah, he's asked for adjournment of debate, yes.
Sorry, point of order, Chair, just if I can make sure that we understand exactly what we're voting on. Was the adjournment of debate on the sub-amendment or on the motion or somewhere in between?
I'm just going to suspend for 1 second. Yep. Okay. Yep. The adjournment of debate.
C'était l'ajournement de la rencontre, le temps que les négociations se fassent. Merci.
I didn't.
It was an adjournment of the meeting so that the two parties can negotiate together.
He's asking for an adjournment of the meeting. Yep. Listen, I didn't hear it, so, but he's asking, right, it's for an adjournment of the meeting, so, yeah. Okay, so take the vote.
Mr. Baker. Opposed. Ms. Zarowitz.
Opposed.
Ms. Thompson.
Opposed.
Mr. Kuzmierczyk.
No.
Mr. Weiler.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodridge.
Oui.
Mr. Halan.
Yes.
Mr. Keurig.
Yes.
Mr. Morantz.
Yes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
En faveur.
Mr. Davies.
No.
Yes pour 5, 5. Nays contre 6, 6.
Okay, it's defeated. Okay, so next on our list we have MP Goodrich, and then MP Davies, MP Morantz, MP Kirk. Oh. I think he's done. Yeah. MP Goodrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's wonderful to be back here at Finance Committee today. I think that this is an incredibly timely opportunity for us, and as many of my colleagues have raised, this is an omnibus bill, and the budget has much wider implications, and to a point that we don't quite understand what the implications of all of the changes in the budget are, because we haven't had the opportunity to actually have these conversations. And so then it becomes a bit of a circular conversation. One thing I'm going to bring up that is rather concerning to myself and to many Canadians, and it's been brought to me, is the amount of money that is going, government money, that is going towards so-called safe supply contracts. And we see this happening, and we don't quite know exactly how much, and the government hasn't been very clear or upfront with exactly how much this is. And so this is precisely why my colleague Garnet Jennis, my colleague from Fort Saskatchewan, brought forward a motion specifically to deal with getting to the bottom of where the government contracts are when it comes to so-called safe supply or prescribed alternatives, or whatever mode de jour the government has decided is the moniker they will use for hydromorphone, Dilaudid, or any other drug that's being used in so-called safe supply programs. And we don't just want from the Government of Canada, we would like to have the contracts for all provincial and territorial governments, because it's absolutely important that we actually be able to see these in an unredacted form so that we can get to the bottom of how much government money is actually going towards this, because it's effectively, it is tax dollars that's going towards this. And just yesterday, there was a really interesting podcast. I would recommend everyone listen to it. It was with Brian Lilly and Dr. Julian Summers. And Dr. Summers is a addiction physician in British Columbia. And through the course of this podcast, he talked about that not only did the BC government flood the streets with dangerous opioids, that I think most everyone at this point is well aware of, but it was using flawed and unproven studies to justify this in the first place under the guise of the pandemic. And but the truly alarming information that came out of the podcast was that those that were responsible for leading the charge on pushing for so-called safe supply to be put into place in British Columbia also created businesses so they could profit from so-called safe supply. And these same promoters of so-called safe supply grew friendlier and friendlier with big pharma through this process. And if that's not a conflict of interest, I'm not quite sure what would be considered to be more of a conflict of interest. And I think that this stems to the point where we really do need to get to the bottom of this. And in this budget, we haven't had the opportunity to really have these conversations. I think it is incumbent on us to hear from Mark Carney. He's been able to present on a number of different topics since his time being the governor of the Bank of Canada, as he's preparing himself for what will be his Liberal leadership bid here, or the supposed leadership bid. But he has gone on a number of podcasts. I've actually listened to him on a number of different occasions talking about.
See how this is relevant. Could we get back to the motion and stay within the context of the motion so that we can continue to have conversation that is relevant and timely and important for this committee?
Thank you, MP Thompson. Yes, so just relevance to the sub-amendment.
Well, and this is actually exactly where I'm going with this. And Mark Carney has, in fact, presented a number of topics that I think are quite relevant, and he's done a variety of podcasts that I've had an opportunity to listen to. And so by sub-amending this motion to have Mark Carney come, we can hear his thoughts and opinions on not only the impacts of the budget that we desperately need to hear from, but as well on a variety of other views, because he hasn't just limited his views and his shares on just the fiscal policy or the monetary policy, but we have some questions regarding what the housing policy would be from him. And I think all Canadians deserve to understand this. And I understand that the Liberals don't want to necessarily have us go into these spaces, but it's worth noting that he is planning to attend the Senate committee tomorrow. So it is not like he is somehow afraid of attending committee. He's more than well versed. I believe there are very few people that have attended a finance committee more than Mark Carney in his former role as the governor of the Bank of Canada. But it comes back down to, this is a programming motion that is trying to stifle having debate. When I first looked through the budget, one of the questions I remember looking at very quickly, being a Northern Alberta member of Parliament, I always look to what is the forecast budget for West Texas Intermediate, which is crude oil price. So what does the government expect that they're going to be selling crude at? And this government, who has made no qualms about their distaste and absolute hate in many cases for Alberta's energy industry and, frankly, Canada's world-class energy industry, puts the budget forecast at $78 across the board all the way to 2028. It's worth noting, and I've noted it in speeches in the chamber, that the government of Alberta, that is actually a proponent of oil and gas, was criticized for their rosy outlook on West Texas Intermediate, putting it only at $74 a barrel. So I highlight this fact because these are all questions that we need to hear from, and we need to hear specifically from Mark Carney. I'd love to hear his opinion as to why, if he thinks $78 US dollars is a good number, and where he believes they would have found the forecasting from, where if he has any publicly available information as someone that is very up and current on a variety of the monetary and fiscal policies of this country and around the world, whether he thinks that's a responsible number, or if it actually means that our deficit is even larger than what has been presented in this current budget. And that's one of the big pieces, is because, frankly, that is a large stake of where the budget comes from. But to make matters, another piece that I think is worth highlighting in this piece of legislation is they plan on changing the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, which on the surface, okay, but as I read through it, I'm very curious as to whether this is just an attack on Saskatchewan for refusing to charge the punishing carbon tax to people in Saskatchewan. But we don't have that opportunity to even have those conversations because the NDP Liberal government has decided that they're going to ram through a programming motion. But I think that every single person in Saskatchewan deserves to have an answer here on exactly what that will mean for them and whether their provincial crown will have major implications. This is not just a piece of legislation that is going to have a small impact on a few people's lives. This is going to have an impact on every single Canadian's life. I've had the opportunity in the last few weeks to talk to a number of students from right across my riding. And the number one concern that was brought up by these students was the cost of living crisis. The number two concern brought to me by these students was their frustration with the fact that members from both the NDP, the Liberals, and the Bloc seem to attack our energy industry at every opportunity. They don't understand why they hate our region, why they hate the economic driver of not just my riding, but of Alberta's economy as well as Canada's economy. And this, as I've cited, they have no problem using a very high forecast number for WTI. They have no problem taking the money from the oil industry. They just have a problem supporting the industry and allowing it to grow in any capacity. We saw this very clearly with the number of world leaders that have come to the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, asking him for LNG, Canadian liquefied natural gas. And the answer time and time again from this Prime Minister is there is no business case, which allows countries like Germany, Poland, Japan, and others to continue having to buy their energy from dirty dictators and fueling Putin's war machine, which I think is an absolutely insane space. But that is exactly what this Liberal government has done every time they say no to a business case on this. And so effectively, by opposing clean Canadian energy, we are supporting Putin. That is exactly what we are doing here. And this is something that the Finance Committee needs to get to the bottom of in a line by line through this budget to actually ensure that there are no unintended consequences. But we know that there are going to be unintended consequences because history is a good predicator of what we're going to see. We know this government has previously hid things in their budget. This isn't a conspiracy theory or something out of the blue. This is something that has happened in the past. And so, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity that I've had to speak on this bill. I do think that this is something that is critically important. And I think it is also an interesting space, and I understand that numbers matter when it comes to Parliament. This bill is C-69. In my riding, most people don't understand or pay attention to bills. They don't really care about the numbers of the bills. They might possibly know the names of it, but almost every single person you talk to, Mr. Chair, if you were to come to my riding and talk to people on the street, just actively canvassing people, and you said C-69, they would say no more pipelines. That is shameful. Because in my area and across northeastern Alberta, they understand the punishing impacts that bill carried. And so the fact that this government decided to choose that number for this Budget Implementation Act shows an absolute distaste for Albertans and the impact that it had on Alberta families, on the hardworking energy workers that keep the lights on and the heat on in our -50 winters. And it just is another proof point to the hardworking people throughout my riding and throughout Alberta about the fact that this government doesn't consider them when they're making decisions. And that is quite unfortunate. And with that, I will pass my time on to my next colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Goodridge. I have MP Davies, then MP Morantz, and MP Currick.
Well, I empathize with my Bloc colleague who I think genuinely expressed a genuine attempt to move this forward. I'm finding myself a little bit concerned that I'm not really seeing the way forward. The Conservatives are filibustering and talking endlessly about all sorts of issues in an attempt to delay without, offering constructive proposals for how we get forward. I'm going to repeat again that there seems to be a either a misunderstanding or an attempt to, I guess, misdescribe what happened last week. When we had our subcommittee meeting on the agenda, these are the exact issues we discussed. And what we're trying to do here is schedule the Finance Committee's meetings for May and June. That's what we're trying to do. If Canadians are watching this, I don't know, I haven't counted up the meetings, but we have about, it looks like we've got probably about another 10, 12 meetings. And we're trying to use that time efficiently. You know, I heard references to, you know, Mr. Morantz was referring to as if I was doing something nefarious by discussing with my Liberal colleagues following that meeting last week how we would come together and make a proposal at this committee in lieu of the fact that the Conservatives wouldn't come to an agreement last week. We put exactly these proposals about how we can schedule the budget meetings for the next 3 weeks and then how we could move them ahead on studies on green financing, on house financialization, on inflation, which were studies that all three parties really want. And when we couldn't reach agreement last week, you don't have to be a parliamentarian to know that the other parties are going to talk to each other about how we can come to this meeting today in lieu of no agreement and put a motion forward to deal with it. The Conservatives can't not come to an agreement in subcommittee last week and then come here and complain when the other parties try to work productively to come up with an agenda. The agenda is not going to magically appear. It's going to take all of us working together, speaking to the issues at hand, not filibustering and talking about the political fortunes of Mark Carney or the political ambitions or future of Mr. Trudeau or what's going on in Fort McMurray or any of the other issues that, however may be important in their own right, really don't have anything to do with how we schedule the budget matter before us. You know, there's a referral that moving the motion to schedule the remaining meetings for May and June is blowing up the committee. That was a quote from my Conservative colleagues. You know, that's just nonsensical. You know, we need to have a motion adopted by this committee to determine how we're going to go forward. And you know, I'll tell you, when I came to this committee, one of the biggest difficulties of working on committee, and I think we've all experienced this if we're honest, is moving ad hoc meeting to meeting. It's very difficult to prepare. It's very hard on the analysts. It's very hard on the clerk. It's unfair to the witnesses. You know, Mr. Morantz went through a number of the questions he would have liked to have put to the witnesses that were here today. Well, that's exactly how I felt when the Conservatives were filibustering during the fall economic statement, and we had one of the witnesses here who was here testifying about water in this country, and he ended up leaving without any questions being asked of him. He actually wrote a letter to this committee asking to come back because of the time that was wasted. You know, the Conservatives claim to want to get to the issues, but then they continue to filibuster. That's an oxymoron that I just don't think can be squared. You know, there's been references to this being an omnibus bill. The Harper government was the king of the creators of omnibus bills. That's all they brought in for budget bills, were omnibus bills. In fact, they were the first major government to regularly use omnibus bills as a routine matter. I remember them changing the way waters and riverways and waterways in this country were regulated in a budget bill. As an example, I mean, they were hundreds and hundreds of pages that amended legislation way beyond. I agree that I think the Liberal government has brought in omnibus bills. I don't think that's appropriate either. I know that there's some reason to go a little wider in budget bills, but I actually, for the record, agree that we should resist the temptation to use budget bills as mega bills that make all sorts of changes to legislation. I remember in the last budget bill, there was a change to the way pharmaceuticals were regulated in this country. And you know, that didn't even come to the Health Committee. So that's a problem, I think, because parliamentarians, our first job is to scrutinize government bills. So while I do agree with that, I don't think it lies in the mouths of Conservatives to appear pure on objecting to omnibus bills when the last Conservative government used them every year for 10 years. I hope that that'll be different if and when the Conservatives are government again. We'll see. I think there's a reference to the Harper government being pure. I mean, I remember Senate scandals, Nigel Wright writing a $90,000 check secretly to pay for Mike Duffy's legal bills. I remember the G8 Muskoka scandals where Tony Clement. was overspending for
Thank you, Mr.
gazebos.
Chair. I really am very curious as to what the relevance to any of this would be, specifically when the sub-amendment we're supposed to be discussing is regarding Mark Carney coming to the Finance Committee. And so I would love to hear that. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. And MP Davies, yes, just relevance and
Oh, yeah,
sticking
well,
to the
the relevance is
sub-amendment.
clear. I'm responding to the point made by the Conservatives about the Harper government being ethical and providing clean government. That's what was said by my opponent. So I'm responding to there. So it's clearly relevant. I remember them using conservative logos on government checks, giant government checks. Talk about misusing government taxpayers' dollars for partisan purposes. I remember their tough on crime legislation. Just about every bill they ever brought in was struck down as being unconstitutional. Those are those things I remember from the Harper government's days, and I'm afraid that the current
Point of
group of
order.
Conservatives I see will be even worse.
Point of order.
Again, we are discussing a sub-amendment on having Mark Carney come to the Finance Committee. I and all of my colleagues on the Conservatives that I have had the opportunity of listening to have been quite clear in keeping to the matter of the sub-amendment and talking about having Mark Carney attend. Unfortunately, our colleague Don Davies from the NDP insists on bringing up the ghost of Harper from 10 years ago, rather than talking about whether he supports having Mark Carney, yes or no. I truly believe that this isn't something that we should continue having to bring up. This is purely not relevant.
Thank you, MP
On this
Goodrich.
point of order, Chair.
On this point of order, MP Baker.
I guess what I'm struggling to understand is where Ms. Goodrich is coming from. Mr. Davies is responding to points that she and her colleagues made. And if they're out of order for Mr. Davies to respond to her comments, then her comments were out of order in the first place. So,
Thank you,
what's good for the
MP
goose has to
Baker.
be good for the
And
gander
I
here.
understand where everybody's coming from. We have given a lot of latitude in this committee. I don't know how many hours we spent on Elvers, clerk, and maybe I don't even want to count them. That came from so there's been a lot of latitude, and but I do ask for people to be relevant and to be focused on whatever that we are discussing. But like I said, there's been a lot of MP Goodrich maybe has not been around here at our committee, but we have allowed for a lot of latitude. So MP Davies, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, if we were talking about Mr. Carney, Ms. Goodrich was talking about pipelines in Fort McMurray, if I recall, only 5 minutes ago. Don't know what that had to do with Mark Carney either. But it's funny. The Conservatives, they really like to criticize and throw condemnations at other people. But boy, if you bring up their record at any time, are they sensitive? Are they sensitive? So maybe there's a lesson there that if they don't like hearing about their own problems, issues, failures in government, maybe they should be a little bit more careful in how they attack others. Points I was just making are facts. Never mind, as opposed to things like repeatedly saying the NDP is in government with the Liberals for 9 years, when that's just factually incorrect. But I've actually told my Conservative colleagues that many times, and they still say it. So, that kind of disrespect for the truth, I don't know how far you can get in a debate if someone just has that little respect. Now, to get to Mark Carney, I don't know, the Conservatives seem to have I think, an unhealthy obsession with this issue. I'm not quite sure. The funny thing about it, though, is this. It would be somewhat psychiatric to analyze, except for this is the part that I think for any Canadians watching this should be concerned about. This is the Finance Committee. We have a budget in front of us. The Conservatives are concerned about the political future and perhaps possibilities of Mark Carney. I'm interested in the economic needs of Canadians. And the funny thing is about the Conservatives is they've slipped up, is they have clearly revealed on many occasions that the reason they want Mark Carney to come to this committee is because they view him as a future leader of the Liberal Party. They view his political future, and they want to bring him here to this committee to question him on that. It would have been one thing if they tried to hide it by limiting their interest to something that he might say about this budget or about the financial situation of Canadians. But of course they can't do that because Mark Carney is a private citizen now. He was Bank of Canada governor at one time. He was governor of the Bank of the UK for a period of time, Bank of England as well. But he's not anymore. And they clearly are obsessed with his potential future as a leader. And I don't think that Canadians are interested in the political future of Mark Carney. When we're here talking, when we have a budget to pass that has immediate economic impacts upon them. The pain and the hurt, I will say this, I give the Conservatives credit, as do all colleagues around this table in the Liberal Party and my Bloc colleague, that I do think we all share an accurate description of many Canadians as suffering and a legitimate desire to want them to have meaningful supports from government. And we can disagree on what those supports may look like. But that's what we should be focusing on in the budget. But for some reason, the Conservatives want to hold up that we've been talking for hours here. We're in extraordinary meetings of Finance Committee because they insist on having Mark Carney come here instead of us being able to schedule the budget. The pain and the hurt that Canadians are feeling is not going to be ameliorated by us grilling Mark Carney on his political future. What will be of assistance to Canadians is debating the issues that arise in this budget. And there are there are major legitimate issues there. I want to hear from my Conservative colleagues where they think this budget gets it wrong and their suggestions for improving it. I want to hear my Bloc colleagues' suggestions in that regard, and I have my own thoughts as well. So I do wonder where this filibuster by the Conservatives is going. They seem to have made a decision that they want to hold up this committee until they get Mark Carney to testify. Interestingly, there was a way to do that last week in a subcommittee when we were sitting there trying to decide on an agenda, and we were, the Conservatives well know that there were different possibilities. I've said this before, I'll say it for the record. We have to call witnesses to this committee on the budget. We have meetings scheduled in 2 weeks. According to the motion, if we pass it, we'll have meetings in 2 weeks. Every party around this table will be able to nominate witnesses. And the Conservatives can nominate Mark Carney as a witness if they want. Nothing stops them from doing that. That's how witnesses get here. They know that. Canadians should know that. If the Conservatives want Mark Carney at this committee, they can have him here in 2 weeks if they want. They just have to put him down as their number one witness. Of course, the reason that they will deny that and they're filibustering is because they're afraid Mark Carney may turn down their request, as witnesses have the right to do. But I mean, given the way the Conservatives are speaking about Mark Carney, and given that they have zero interest in hearing Mark Carney's legitimate thoughts on the budget or on finances, but really want to grill him on his political aspirations, I well understand why Mark Carney wouldn't want to dignify that kind of approach by coming here, because it's subterfuge. The Conservatives are pretending to want Mr. Carney here to come on the economy when, in fact,
Point of
what
order.
they want to do is a political. I'm talking about Mark Carney, which is the motion before this.
Thank you, MP Davies. There was a point of order. Yes, MP Goodrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Imputing false motives is not parliamentary, and
I think what MP Davies is speaking to is relevant.
I didn't question it on relevance. I'm questioning it on imputing false motives and talking about how Conservatives are pretending as if somehow we're not genuine.
That's
and
the
I
member's
believe-
prerogative, MP Goodrich. MP Davies, the floor is yours.
Is it not imputing false motive? I'm imputing the actual motive. Ms. Goodrich didn't have the benefit of being here for the last several meetings. She's new to the committee, so I understand why she wouldn't know this. But I've sat at this committee and heard the Conservatives speak repeatedly about why they want to call Mark Carney. And from Mr. Howland to any other person on this side, I shouldn't say that. There are some of my colleagues that have not said that, but I've heard Mr. Howland say repeatedly that going off at length about Mr. Carney and how he's going to be the next Liberal leader and using that as a reason to want to call him here for committee. They've said it. It's on the record. Check the Hansard. That's not imputing false motive. That's I'm reciting back the motive that's been stated. So, and even if he didn't, why would we be holding up the budget? Let's assume the Conservatives didn't say what they said and they want Mr. Carney here because they're just interested in his economic ideas. Why would they be holding up the budget? Why would they be filibustering scheduling the BIA because they want a particular citizen to come here and testify on the budget? You know, there's thousands of people that can come testify on the budget. No, I mean it's obvious. Let's not be disingenuous here. The Conservatives want Mr. Carney here because they want to politically attack him. And that is not an appropriate use of a witness. And in my opinion, it's not an appropriate reason to hold up a Budget Implementation Act. And it's not an appropriate reason to delay giving relief to Canadians who are suffering, who the Conservatives claim to care about, but their actions belie that.
Point of order, MP Morantz.
So I just want to circle back for a second to the use of the word subterfuge, because I just wanted to.
Point of order, MP Morantz.
No, it
MP
isn't a point
Davies.
of order. It's
How
a
is
point
it
of order on whether it's parliamentary. And so if I might just finish my point, I'll tell you what the definition is. The very first word of the definition is deceit. Deceit used in order to achieve one's goal. So, Mr. Chair, I ask you, the NDP member, Mr. Davies, accused my colleagues, Conservative members, of subterfuge. He accused us of being deceitful. And so I ask you to rule if you think that word is parliamentary.
MP Morantz, I'll look into it, but MP
No,
Davies,
you
can
can't just look
continue
into it,
and you have the
Mr.
floor.
Is that your ruling?
Yeah.
Because I'll challenge it right now. I want to challenge that ruling if that's your ruling. You can't just look into it, Mr. Chair.
We
You're
will
the
look-
chair.
Okay, well, you've
You're the chair.
challenged
You're
the
the
chair.
chair.
He's challenged the chair.
You should say.
Yep, he's
if it's
challenged the
parliament-
chair. Clerk, please.
Maybe you should confer
Just
with
take
the
a
clerk.
vote.
What's your ruling? Is it?
Is a vote.
Okay.
The question is, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? So if you are in agreement with the chair's decision, you vote yes. If you are against, you vote no.
Point of clarification. What is we don't know what is the ruling that he gave to us. There is no ruling.
Is subterfuge parliamentary? Is deceit?
My ruling was that I would look into what MP
That's not a
Morantz had to
ruling.
say. Yes, that is my ruling. And MP Davies has the floor again.
And Mr. Chair, listen, I'm happy to withdraw that word. If
thank you.
That wasn't the intention.
Now it's been withdrawn.
Good.
Yeah, so
Great,
I'm
thank you.
happy to withdraw that.
Appreciate it.
Where I was at is I just think that it's not appropriate to use the calling of a particular witness for, what are, in my opinion, clearly political purposes, and to hold up the work of this committee any longer. I'm also a little bit concerned that once we run out of this committee, we also have the Minister of Finance who's scheduled to come on Thursday. If this continues, then we're going to lose that time as well. So at some point, we're going to have to come to an agreement about how we schedule our time. Our time is limited. I haven't heard the Conservatives dispute in any real way the need for this government to get this budget passed by the end of June before the Senate rises in the summer. I think we all realize as parliamentarians that that's what the norm is, and that's what we've done. 15 years of being in Parliament, that's happened every year. It has to be done then for all sorts of reasons. So reasoning backwards, we only have a limited number of meetings between now and then. So I'm going to exhort my colleagues to be creative. I did amend the motion that was put forward by Mr. Turnbull to give us an extra, to have 2 meetings of 6 hours. That's 12 hours of meetings. And so, I think altogether that comes to 16 hours of meeting on the budget. But if we don't come to an agreement on that quickly, we're going to lose the next 2. We already lost 1 today. Mr. Morantz, I think, was right to point out that we lost an hour today. I have to tell you that I don't think I've ever filibustered a committee in 15 years. So I think I can honestly say I've never caused any of my colleagues the disappointment that Mr. Morantz felt by not being asked questions. But I can tell you, I've been in many meetings where the Conservatives have filibustered while witnesses are sitting there, so the rest of us have not been able to ask questions. And it's not pleasant. I don't think it's fair to the witnesses. I don't think it's fair to us as colleagues. So I feel his pain, but I also want to point out that it was the Conservatives filibustering in the second hour on this motion that caused us to not be able to ask the questions for the last hour. They could have we could have voted on that motion quickly. So my final point is, this is a minority parliament, but we still live in a democracy. And in a democracy, majority rules. That doesn't mean you get your way all the time. It means you have voice. So the question I would ask my Conservative colleagues is, if you don't like this motion, move to amend it. Let's vote on it, and let's live with the results of the of the motion. You may not like the result, but I tell you, I've been in opposition 15 years. If I had $1 for every vote I lost, I'd be retired. It's important, I think, that we do come to a conclusion on this as soon as we can. I think the motion of Mr. Turnbull is reasonable. It gets us everything that we need to do. We can move forward. We can be grilling the finance minister of this country on this budget in 2 days. We can be putting forth witnesses, probably dozens of witnesses, forward by the end of this week, and we can have them scheduled 2 weeks from now. And we can put those important questions. And then we can also be working on the amendments. And we have, I think this motion would have 12 hours, at minimum 12 hours of time to debate amendments. That's lots of time to debate amendments. We just did it with the FES, which is a similar document to what we have here. So, I don't know what we're fighting over at this point, an extra meeting or two. I'm not sure. But I do think at some point, I think the Conservatives, if I'm not mistaken, have put forth a motion to call Mr. Carney, and I think it failed. If it didn't, I would invite them to put forth a motion, and we'll let democracy rule. And if the majority of people in this committee want to call Mark Carney, then we will, and if they don't, they won't. And that's the way it works. But holding up the process because you hold a minority opinion and aren't getting your way is not appropriate. And where I'll conclude is by saying that I want to bring it back to Canadians, some of whom may be watching, most will not. But we are here as the Finance Committee members, all to try to pass a federal budget that brings the best possible benefits to Canadians and Canadian businesses. And the only way to do that is to call the witnesses to move this forward, ask the penetrating questions that need to be asked, that I know my colleagues on all sides will ask, and move the amendments that we think need to be amended, if that's the case. Thanks.
Thank you, MP Davies. I have MP Morantz, then MP Couric, and MP Helen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take a moment to thank Mr. Davies for withdrawing his unparliamentary language. Obviously, to refer to honorable members as deceitful is inappropriate, and most competent chairs would agree with that sentiment. Now,
so I have a point of order.
Morantz,
I have a point of order. That's unparliamentary. I would ask Mr. Morantz to withdraw the implication that Mr. Fonseca is not competent.
Thank you, MP Davies. And to MP Morantz, what I was doing is I said I would look into it to see if that word was unparliamentary, but I did not want to stop the conversation from happening. MP Davies had the floor, and that's what I was going to do, to look into that word.
Appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Now,
Sorry, I'd like a ruling on my request. I'm calling Mr. Morantz to account for what I consider unparliamentary language, the implication that the current chair is incompetent. I think that should be withdrawn. It's unparliamentary.
MP Morantz?
I withdraw.
Okay, thank you.
Now, many people tune into these meetings, and this meeting's been going on for quite some time. Some people tune in, they tune out. Some members come, they're subbing in for other members. They come, they leave. So there's it's a bit of a turnstile. A lot of people are coming and going. And so I think it's important that from time to time we recap what it is we're actually talking about. And so earlier today we had our regularly scheduled Finance Committee meeting, and in the middle of the meeting the Liberal member, Mr. Turnbull, tabled a motion that there had been no consultation on with our members. Apparently he had provided it to the NDP member of this committee, and that they were, I guess, collaborating together to try and schedule program meetings for this committee out till the end of June. Problem is that the Liberals got less votes than the Conservatives in both the 2019 and 2020 elections. They don't have a majority of members in the House of Commons. So for these committees to function properly, they need to collaborate with all members. They can't just be heavy-handed in their approach. And so Conservative members rightfully protested. we said, well, what is this? You can't just, hammer us with a motion without consulting that's going to program out the next 2 months of meetings. And so I think because so many people are probably, people are getting off work now, they're getting home, they're turning on their computers or looking at their phones, and they're logging into Parleview in droves. And so I think we should remind them, or at least bring them up to speed as to what it is that we're talking about. So this motion that basically blew up the meeting, and we had finance officials here, 8 or 10 finance officials, to answer questions about the budget, which is, the budget is massive. I don't think people realize it's a huge document. Sorry, Mr. Chair, 659 pages and 468 clauses. So there's lots of questions to ask that people want the answers to. But anyway, so this motion that really derailed the democratic right of elected members of this committee to ask public officials about the budget was this. So it starts with the words "as relates." And so it says, "as relates to the committee's future business." And what they're referring to there is the next couple of months of meetings through to the end of June. That's the future business that this motion is specifically addressing, Mr. Chair. It be agreed that. In other words, asking that all members agree, or at least a majority of members on this committee vote in favor of this motion that would program out all of these meetings. That colon, Roman numeral small sub 1. The committee dedicate its meeting on Thursday, May 9th, 2024, to hearing from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and officials on the subject matter of Bill C-69. Fair enough. That's, of course, the Finance Minister should come to a committee. This is her budget, and she would certainly be able to answer a lot of questions for Canadians, particularly around the affordability crisis and the fact that housing prices have doubled under their watch, and that inflation went up to 8% at one point under their watch, and that the dream of home ownership has been destroyed by her government's policies, and all that stuff. All those questions we could ask, and whether she understands the fact that many, well, I know she understands, but whether she appreciates the fact that many economists have said that the exorbitant government spending has clearly led to inflation, which has jacked up interest rates in this country. There are many, many questions like that around monetary policy that, I think she probably likes to think about monetary policy. I think she's a thoughtful person. I know the Prime Minister doesn't, so somebody in Cabinet better be thinking about monetary policy, and I think it's likely the Minister of Finance. So I think that sub 1 is reasonable. Now, by the way, as I go through this motion, Mr. Chair, I'm going to be also incorporating the various amendments and sub-amendments, because people who've just tuned in after work need to understand exactly where we are in the story of this motion. And so that brings me to clause sub 2. So clause sub 2 says that the committee dedicated its regular meetings on May 9th, the 21st, 23rd, 28th, and 30th, 2024, to consideration of the subject matter of the study of Bill C-69. Well, fair enough. That's the bill that we're talking about here. It's the budget bill. Then there's the sub-amendment that I added about, probably an hour or 45 minutes or an hour ago. We'll call it the Carney sub-amendment. It says that the week of the 28th, one meeting be dedicated to hearing from the Minister of Finance for 2 hours, and one meeting be dedicated to hearing from Mark Carney for 3 hours. Now, just on the sub-amendment for a second, what's really fascinating about this is I know that Mr. Davies is okay with this, because he said last week, I look forward to Mr. Carney coming to this committee at the appropriate time in the appropriate study, which can happen in the next 2 months. And it's the words in the appropriate study that I find interesting, because Mr. Carney is going to be at the Senate at a Senate committee tomorrow testifying on green finance, which is actually one of the subjects that was in the initial iteration of this motion. So there we have would be a great opportunity for my colleagues on this committee to ask Mr. Carney about green finance, and I don't see why they would object to that. I mean, their colleagues in the Senate will be asking questions about that tomorrow. So there's all kinds of reasons for Mr. Carney to appear before the committee, not the least of which is the fact that the Liberals and the NDP are trying to program a meeting on green finance, which Mr. Carney is an expert in, and he's going to be actually speaking at the Senate Finance Committee tomorrow. So there you have that. It's hard for me to understand why that would be objectionable at all. It goes on to say, barring referral of the bill to committee. I think it's somewhat awkwardly worded, but it's probably not how I would have written it, but fair enough. And that all evidence gathered as part of the pre-study be considered as evidence in the committee's full study of the bill once referred to committee. So it's a bit jargony. It's got a bit of legalistic jargon there, but the bottom line is, the idea again is to basically tell Conservatives that we're going to program out these meetings and we don't really care what you think. What I also find interesting, just so I want to back up for 1 second, is that I really appreciate the fact, by the way, because I made a big deal of this last year, that Mr. Davies doesn't like omnibus bills either. And I made the point earlier in this meeting about, I think the classic example of why they're bad is the SNC-Lavalin affair, where a clause was inserted in an omnibus bill, just like this one, for the specific purpose of giving one company a special deal for a deferred prosecution. I don't know whether such a clause exists in this bill. I would like to know, because it's happened before and the Liberals did it before. But he doesn't like omnibus bills, Mr. Davies, and I don't either. However, the thing is that, there used to be a time when the NDP was actually an opposition party in this country. I remember Tom Mulcair was, would cross-examine the Prime Minister, and he was very effective in question period. Jack Layton was an incredible opposition leader. May he rest in peace. And I know he is sorely missed. But this iteration of the NDP, well, they'll talk a big game. They'll talk about, they don't like omnibus budgets. And, I think they make a good point when they say they didn't like the amount of the disability payments. But, they'll vote for the budget. They're going to vote for it despite the fact that they don't like it. So it's a bit rich. I have a little bit of trouble getting my head around that. I mean, people expect their elected officials to stand on principle. And if you don't like something, don't vote for it. If you like something, vote for it. But have the worst of both worlds is to say you don't like something and then go vote for it. So it's kind of a weird situation, Mr. Chair. But anyway, so for those tuning in right now to this meeting to know what we're talking about, I'm going to go on to the third Roman numeral, small Roman numeral, sub 3 provision of the motion, which says that any amendments to the bill be submitted no later than 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, May 30th, 2024. So for those watching, what that means is, this is what we're talking about is, the budget got introduced, but the budget isn't legislation. The government then tables a piece of legislation called Ways and Means, the Budget Implementation Act, that has, in this case, 400 and what did I put it down? 68 clauses. Members of this committee have the right to suggest changes or amendments. Every member of this committee has the right to do that, and then the committee will vote at some point on whether those changes are acceptable or whether they're not acceptable. And at the end of the day, the committee fashions a bill that gets referred back to the House of Commons for more debate and more votes. So when it says that any amendments to the bill be submitted no later than 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, May 30th, what it's saying is that members like myself, and, Mr. Halan, and my colleagues from the Liberal Party, Mr. Baker and Mr. Turnbull, they can all draft amendments, and of course Mr. Davies can draft amendments and submit them to the clerk, and we will discuss those amendments and debate them. I think I have that right, Mr. Clerk. Thank you. So for those watching, that's a very important aspect of this motion. The ability of elected members to actually have an input on the content of the budget bill is fundamentally important to the democratic process. And so I appreciate that part as well. Then it says under sub 4, Roman numeral small sub 4 IV, clause by clause consideration of the bill start no later than 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on June 3rd, 2024, and that the chair be empowered to set up extended hours and request additional House resources that day. Okay, so what does clause by clause mean? I mean, all of this, if you're just tuning in, I'm sure like people aren't really familiar with all of our jargon and things like that. So what actually goes on, even though it's a 468 clause bill, we're going to go through every one of them, every single clause. That's why it's called clause by clause, and we're going to vote. We're all going to have the opportunity to vote. It's part of the democratic process to vote on every single clause. And just like we did last year, I'm hoping that we will do it again this year. We will actually vote one by one on every single clause. And I think that's really the most democratic way we can do it, because that's what we're sent here to do. We're sent here to vote and to represent it's the most important thing we're sent here to do, is to vote and to represent our constituents and bring their concerns to the table. And the budget is obviously, it's the signature piece of legislation of any government throughout the year. And so this is it's prime time to meet our constituents where they are and to bring their concerns to the budget. And so clause by clause is a very, very important part. And I think we're going to need a lot of time for it, Mr. Chair, because it'll take quite a bit of time to debate and vote on 468 clauses. And I'm really looking forward to it, I have to say. I know it's long hours, but I know conservatives aren't afraid of long hours. We'll stay here morning, noon, and night to talk about every single clause to make sure that Canadians are getting the best representation that they can possibly get through the clause by clause process. Now, this brings me to Roman numeral small sub 5, which says, following the completion of the study of Bill C-69, 2 meetings on its study of proceeds of crime and money laundering. Very important study. Now, there was, I guess it got amended, it's proposed to be amended out. We haven't voted on all of this yet, but there's the possibility of a study on the financial continuation of an existing study we're doing on what the, and I think this was Daniel Blakey's study, what they call the financialization of housing, which is the idea that somehow, people are trading houses like they trade stocks on the stock market. But we know that's not true, that the vast majority of homes are used for people's residences, and they're not trading homes like they are shares in bank stocks. So it's just it's kind of a woke approach to the whole real estate market. It's called financialization of housing. But we'll entertain them and let them talk about their little financialization thing. And then there's this other issue, which is what I talked about earlier, which is that the governor of the bank, the former governor of the bank, Mr. Carney, is going to be in the Senate tomorrow talking about the state of play on green finance. And as I mentioned earlier, I know Mr. Davies said last week, I look forward to Mr. Carney coming to this committee at the appropriate time and the appropriate study, which can happen in the next 2 months. So, I mean, if he's talking about the state of play on green finance at the Senate, I mean, if the committee decides that we're going to have meetings on the state of play on green finance, I don't see any reason why Mr. Davey would object to him
Point of order, Mr.
coming
Speaker.
for that.
Order.
Or Mr.
Order.
Chair,
that
sorry.
meeting.
I think we've gone around on this particular motion and amendment, sub-amendment, quite a number of times. I think members have expressed their point of view, and I don't think we're getting anywhere on this tonight. So I would ask respectfully to suspend for this evening.
No, you can't yet. It's up to the chair to suspend, but I agree that we're not really getting anywhere here from what I've seen. But I do think that we need to come back to this because members maybe with a little bit of time and to think this through will come with a different perspective. So we will suspend at this time. We'll be back to this on Thursday.